All right, everyone. It is 9:08 a.m. on Tuesday, May 23rd, 2023, and so I'm calling to order this work session of the Board of Trustees. And now I would like to welcome Clerk Rodriguez for roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. Trustee Mayberry.
Good morning.
Vice President Nicolette.
Good morning.
I'm here. President Smith.
Here.
Trustee Westlake.
Good morning.
Trustee Woodley.
Here.
Trustee Church.
Here.
And the student representative is probably in class as she should be. Thanks. We have a quorum.
Thank you, Clerk Rodriguez. All right. For this morning's pledge, I have the incredible honor of inviting up the future principal of Proctor R. Hug High School and current director of Behavior, Hearing, and Placements, Mr. Tristan McElhenney.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, that closes out our section 1 for opening items, and now we'll move on to the first of the two big shows for today's work session in section 2. We'll go ahead and we'll open item 2.01. This is the presentation and discussion to update the Board of Trustees on the progress of the comprehensive review of the district's behavior manual and possible action for the board to consider, approve, and/or amend the proposed revisions to the contents of the behavior manual, communications plan, and implementation plan for the 2023-24 school year. This is an item for possible action. Our presenters today, we have a fantastic lineup. Dr. Paul Lamarca, our Chief Strategies Officer, Tristan McElhenney, our Director of Behavior, Hearing, and Placements, Jen Van Tress, our Associate Chief of Teaching, Learning, and Leading, and then I think we also have noted Andrea Shulowich, our Associate General Counsel. Thank you so much for being with you today, or being with us today, and we're excited for this conversation.
Thank you, President Smith and Superintendent Enfield. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. We're slimmed down a little bit, so Jen and I will handle the presentation pieces, but Mr. McElhenney's here for questions, and I think Mr. Rombardo is going to support. Andrea is super busy right now. And thank you for this opportunity for this workshop. This is something we've talked about since early in the fall. Our objectives today is just to give you kind of a snapshot of where we're at relative to the manual revision. You had approved a project plan a couple months back, and so we want to bring you up to date with that. We do want to talk a little bit about state legislation as well as a more meaty discussion around federal legislation regarding special education students, and that's just a small snippet of laws protecting that group of students. Then we have a series of recommendations for you that we would like for you to consider taking action relative to. So when we last met with you, I believe it was actually March 14th, might have been the day when you approved the project plan. We were right at the stage of finalizing survey instruments and getting feedback from many stakeholders. And this slide basically summarizes who we received feedback from. So overall, we received kind of answers to very specific questions from more than 150 different stakeholders, including students, teachers, administrators, counselors, school psychologists, representatives from district departments, as well as members of our Equity and Diversity Task Force and our Family Action Committee. The way this worked, you might remember, is we provided sort of a survey tool, a semi-structured survey tool, but we also brought people together into like focus groups. And so it was really more of a discussion regarding what they knew, what they're seeing, what they want, what they believe. So we have summarized some of the feedback for you. Is all qualitative information.
Dr. Lamarca, really quick, on the previous slide about the progress to date, this is a very inclusive process. I know it's been a number of years since we last did a meaningful overhaul of the manual and the matrix, but it seems like this is a different approach and a wider net and a different way of bringing in that feedback.
Thank you for the question, President Smith. It is, indeed it is. What I'll tell you is, in the last several years, the manual as it was being revised was reviewed by Equity and Diversity Task Force. It was reviewed by the Council on Family Engagement, which we've changed that now. So those two places are still kind of consistent. There were department reviews, and we had small numbers of administrators in particular reviewing the manual. But the reach out to students and a broader reach out to staff, teachers in particular, that's fresh. Okay, so some of the feedback that kind of came across really all groups were the manual is not well known, which is not necessarily surprising, but very few people, more administrators than anyone else, were aware that there's even a manual out there, a district process. When we looked at the Progressive Discipline Committee, so in law, and it's within the manual, and we've talked about it before, every school has to have a Progressive Discipline Committee. And this is a committee that is led by a principal or an administrative designee. There's an elected teacher or two teachers. There's an elected classified staff member. There are backup folks that are part of that committee. And this happens annually. In fact, one of the roles and responsibilities that you have taken is in addition to approving the manual annually, we have presented you that schools were in compliance because they submitted paperwork regarding creating these progressive discipline committees. Saying that, the large majority of folks didn't know what a progressive discipline committee was, whether or not there was one at their school, and they certainly didn't know their roles and responsibilities. Strangely, that included about half of our administrators. So this is an area of concern, and I bring it up and I'm highlighting it a bit because, and I talked to President Smith, and I know I've had several conversations with Dr. Enfield about this. We are going to do everything we can to create a better manual that will guide activity, and ultimately this is about implementation. It's not about the document. And so this is evidence to us that we've got a significant gap in implementation. I do believe COVID is a culprit, but like all of you, I'm kind of getting tired of saying that. Another significant kind of theme that emerged again almost from everyone was a lack of consistency from classroom to classroom in terms of expectations and in terms of how you discipline once a problem occurs. Lack of consistency between classrooms and school-wide expectations, and a lack of consistency or alignment between school kind of plans and the district plan. Again, to me, this is an indication that implementation isn't where it needs to be. We did have a couple of questions where we talked about restorative practices and traditional practices, and by and large, people who responded felt there's a place for both. It's important for both things to be part of the toolkit as we're working with students, and there was suggestions that it really needs to be done on a case-by-case basis. Sometimes restorative practices will work, sometimes they won't. And I think really there was evidence within the responses that it's a coupling of different disciplinary strategies that's critical. And we'll talk more about that later. We did ask about, so as we've talked about, and you've seen, I hope, in the matrix, especially with safety-related behaviors, there's always recommendations for consideration for suspension. It doesn't have to be used, but it's strongly recommended, and that will continue to be the case. But we asked, are there behaviors that also may be best dealt with suspension other than safety-related behaviors? And we didn't get a lot, but there was some. There were probably the most frequent response was, well, when there are smaller behaviors but they're repetitive and they're not getting better over a long period of time, kind of falls within sort of a habitual discipline sort of idea, although there's a specific definition for that. So that was something that came out. Vaping and drug use came out. Now that is something we recommend, or at least that is one of the considerations for first offense is suspension for vaping and drug use. And then not staying in a seat. And this actually came from our transportation department. So I was very specific about that is a safety issue, and it is something that has to be dealt with, because it's not just safety of that particular child, it'd be safety for other children. A similar question was, what are other safety concerns? Just without respect to suspension, what are other safety concerns? And and here is, again, there was mention of drugs and vaping, elopement, meaning kids that are at school, but then they leave. Either they run out of the classroom or they run out of the building. We've had a couple of instances this year with schools really being kind of frustrated and not knowing what to do when a student elopes from a building. They're gone for a couple hours and then they try and come back because they really don't know what they've done in the meantime and what they're bringing back into the school, and that's a problem. Could raise a safety issue. On campus, out of class, we have an actual code now within our attendance coding, and that's kind of a post-pandemic phenomenon. So one of the things we experienced a lot of last year, and it continues this year, are students who are at school, but they're refusing to go to class. They're just hanging out in the hallways, or they're just running around. And at times, that is creating safety issues for schools. Cell phones, social media, I think we would all agree on that one. Repetitive language, repetitive inappropriate language can become a safety concern. Race-based and LGBTQ-based discrimination, any discrimination and bullying, we already include that within safety. And then there was mention of TikTok challenges, and especially last year, less so this year, I think, but last year at a middle school level in particular, we had.
Why did you say that about
Yeah, no more TikTok. So this is kind of a summary of this feedback, and that process within the project revision plan brought us to this day. So we're here at this day, and then the steps going forward is obviously we're still amidst the legislative session. There will be some changes. We'll have to review those, and they're kind of held up. We'll talk about that momentarily. We would like, after we get direction from you today, to get a revised manual completed by June 23rd, with the hopes of being able to present that to you on June 27th for some preliminary approval. We expect that you will have comments and changes you want at that point in time. The goal would then be to get the manual complete, ready for school review, the final review at the end of July, get it to principals August 1st or whatever the closest date is when we get that done, have them assemble their progressive discipline teams, have them review the manual, give us feedback, and then seek your final approval on the manual in the first meeting in September. Now, that actually will speed the process up, and we'll talk about that later, by more than 2 months from what we have done historically and what's required by statute, depending on how statute might change. All right, so we're going to talk about a little bit of state legislation just very briefly, and then I think the meatiest part of our conversation is around special education, and Jen's going to take it from there. So the Nevada legislative update, we still have 2 bills that are sort of making their way through. We thought one of them had died. That was Assembly Bill 330, but a special waiver was granted, and so that bill hangs on. At the time we put this together, we were informed it had died, and that's fine. It hasn't died. It carries some good language. As you guys know from our last meeting, we contributed to language in that particular bill. Assembly Bill 285, that's the bill that's sponsored by Dr. Angie Taylor, Assemblywoman Taylor, and several co-sponsors. And we have been asked to testify in support of that bill as well. And we did, and we did that again. As well as Trustee Mayberry and Trustee Rodriguez were also there at the hearing that's referenced here last week. The bill does several things which we support. It provides the latitude we need to have long-term placements, whether they be suspensions for a semester or expulsions for a year, for battery on staff and for distribution of controlled substances. I think part of the criticism of the governor's office and through the lens of that bill is it's not mandatory on a first offense, but it definitely provides us the latitude to do that. And given some of what we'll talk about later, that's what we would do in those particular cases. Assembly Bill 285 still requires the use of restorative practices. That's true of Assembly Bill 330 as well. Assembly Bill 285 relaxes some of the age-based distinctions between 11 and 10. You'll remember that that was something that we were concerned about. We had signaled to the legislature, the governor's bill does the same thing. We had signaled to the legislature through requests that we do not support a child under 11 being permanently expelled, but we do support them being expelled, because remember, an expulsion within the language of the law, it's not you don't go to school, it's that we have the option to put you in an alternative school for 180 days. 180 days is the time frame required to be out if you bring a firearm or you bring a dangerous weapon. So I think they've still got some problems with their bill, because right now, although there are distinctions that help us with latitude, a student cannot be expelled or permanently expelled if they're under the age of 11. I think that's more of a detail. We're fine with that, but I wanted to bring that to your attention. Both bills, and 285 in particular, brings in more accountability, requires quarterly reviews of data at the school level as well as at the district level, with a specific emphasis around analysis of disproportionality. It also requires annual sharing of information to the State Department of Education, in which the superintendent of public schools, state superintendent, would be reviewing and potentially requiring districts to have a plan to address the disproportionality. That is the biggest resistance to some of the traditional discipline, is that when you look at traditional discipline, there is a lot of disproportionality, and that is a problem. Finally, in Assembly Bill 285, and there's other language within 330 that is similar to it, for any student who is suspended for more than 2 days, that's whether or not they're temporarily removed from a classroom but they're kept within the building, that's still a suspension from that classroom, or if it's out of school, the school will have to develop a plan of support that includes minimally the educational services that they'll receive while they're out, if it's for an extended period of time, as well as positive behavioral supports to support them as they transition back in. So again, what you're seeing in that bill is this coupling of traditional discipline, suspension, with planning and restorative practices. Okay. So the
Dr. Lamarca,
yeah.
I'm going to invite Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President Smith. Hi, Dr. Lamarca. Apparently, I'm entering phase 2 of my head cold. I thought it was going to be a phase 1 event, but so I apologize for the nose blowing and the stuffiness. I did, though, want to say this up front, and I apologize for not prefacing your presentation, Dr. Lamarca, with this. I think it's important for the trustees and the public to know how instrumental Dr. Lamarca has been in working with the governor's office, with the legislature on these issues. He has provided hours of expertise to make sure that we get this right, because we know how important this is and we have a moment right now to get it right. And so I just want to thank him for being so incredibly helpful and making yourself available to the legislature and to the governor's office in this work. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much. I didn't expect that, and I appreciate that. The last comment I wanted to make is, when we did see that 330 was looking like it was going to die, we worked with Dr. Taylor to take language that essentially was in 330 and move it over to 285, specifically around students protected under McKinney-Vento. These are our CIT students and our students in foster care. until we did that, there was actually a provision in the bill, which is in statute right now, that really prevents a student in those circumstances from being long-term suspended or expelled for any reason. So that's a real hole, and we're trying to get that addressed. So we don't know what's going to happen. It's going to apparently be a very interesting couple of weeks. There's leveraging that's occurring, but we will keep you informed. And we don't know exactly where we go with the manual till we have that in place. So I'm going to turn it over to Jen, and she's going to walk us through some federal legislation next.
Good morning, Jennifer Van Tress, Associate Chief of Specialized Instruction. Thanks for this time this morning to talk about special education and behaviors. Always an interesting and hot topic. We've provided you with some global definitions actually out of IDEA, which is our federal law that defines what we do for students with disabilities, starting with the IEP team. So our IEP team is the group of professionals, including the parents, sometimes the students, depending on the age, an LEA or the school administrator, general education teacher, special education teacher, and if needed, any related services. So your speech pathologist, your occupational therapist, your behavior analyst could be part of the IEP team. And this is the group that sets the goals and objectives and determines what we need to be addressing as far as behavior and through the IEP process. So the goal and for us, and as according to the law, is that we always instruct our students with disabilities in the least restrictive environment, which means that they are in general education. And when I presented a couple weeks ago, some of our data showed that over 85% or around 85% of our students with disabilities are in our general education classes 80 to 100% of the time. So when you're thinking about where our students with disabilities are the majority of the time, they are in our general education classes, as they should be. That is where they will get their Tier 1 instruction. And without exposure and opportunities to learn Tier 1 instruction, we will not have our students graduating with a standard diploma to be successful individuals in our society. So always our goal is to keep our students in the least restrictive environment. Now, suspension for students with a disability or students with an IEP. You can suspend students with a disability. Law, this is where it gets fun. So if a student commits one of what is called the big three, the big three would be weapons, illegal drugs, or serious bodily injury, severe bodily injury. Those constitute what would happen as a 45 school day placement out of school, and that is what we call an interim alternative educational setting, or an IAES. If a student does that, no matter what, we have the right to move a student into an IAES placement to determine what is best for the student. Why did the student do it? What happened? Is it part of their disability? Did we implement the IEP correctly? It gives us the time to figure out what's going on. It also provides time for the school. What happened? What was the result? How come the student did what they did? That 45 school days, so we're talking about a quarter of a school year. So we can remove them. And then the IEP team will come back during that time and determine what's best for the student. It may be that the student is not in the right placement. Now, when you think of placement, that is different than location. Placement is an IEP team decision, and so placement can be least restrictive environment, where they're in the general education setting. It can be a self-contained program. It can be a self-contained school. Those are placements. Location is where the services are actually being provided. So is it their zone school? Is it another school, comprehensive campus? Is it a self-contained program at one location versus a self-contained program at another location? So location is always the purview of the district, and placement is an IEP team decision. Okay. So we have the big three, which is our 45 days. And let's take a second just to cover what severe bodily injury is also. Severe bodily injury is not a bruise. It's not a punch in the arm. It's not even just a bite. It is when bodily injury has happened that causes permanent damage to the person. Severe concussions, where someone is out for days upon days. Loss of a finger, loss of a body part, permanent disfigurement are severe bodily injuries. It is not the, I got punched I got a black eye. That is not a severe bodily injury. And that is hard for all of us to understand. If you get punched, you get hit, it's hard to say that you are not, there's a lot that goes on with that. That's not just, something we can walk away with. But the law has defined severe bodily injury this way.
Thank you. You say permanent bodily injury. What about, but then you say concussion, and that can either be permanent or you get over it. But what about like an injury requiring you to have physical therapy, hospitalization, things, wouldn't that be considered severe?
It could be. It depends on, again, it kind of, there are a lot of cases out there where it's defined as severe bodily injury. So again, why did they have to go to physical therapy? How severe was the physical therapy? A concussion where you stay home for a day, but you're okay the next day. I mean, concussions are, there's a range. If you have a concussion and you're required to stay home for a week, 2 weeks, you continue to have the long-term effects of the concussion, then that would be considered more severe bodily, the longer-term impacts. But I got hurt, I came home, I took a day off just because I needed to, and I came back the next day. I didn't seek medical treatment. So if a staff member or a student doesn't immediately go to seek they don't feel like it's severe enough to go get medical treatment right when it happens, then you're looking at that. Severe bodily injury has a very high level threshold to meet. It's not, unfortunately, it's not what we see a lot or we hear a lot about. It doesn't meet that threshold.
Thank you. And to that, thank you for that question. So what are the qualifications of the person or persons who would make that determination?
So typically under those circumstances with special education students, there are other circumstances that have happened. So usually they will call the special education department. This is what's happened. We work with our legal team to define. We work with, what are the reports from risk management? What did the doctors recommend from the visit to Concentra? What are the results, and what are we getting from the medical professions as well? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's still me. That's right. So the other part on suspensions are that, let's say it's not a 45-day. So we also have, you can suspend a child, God, I don't know how to say this except you have 10 days of suspension for a child with a disability where it doesn't constitute a change of placement. So you have 10 days in it, you can, in a year, 1 school year, that's it. So let's say you have some small incidents that are maybe part of the disability, may not be part of the disability, but you say, oh, a day of suspension here, 2 days here, another day here. Well, once you hit those 10 in your school day, that is, at that point, the IEP team has to determine whether or not it is a change of placement moving forward. Now, the way that we do that is through what's called a manifestation determination. The manifestation determination, we recommend for teams to do at approximately 6 to 7 days of suspension, you need to start looking at those behaviors, what's causing the behaviors and why are we resulting in suspensions? And there are 2 questions to ask. Is the behavior related to their disability? And has the IEP been implemented with fidelity? And so those are your 2 big questions. If it's related to their disability, the IEP, the recommendation from there is you need to bring your IEP team back and look at what the behaviors are. Is our behavior plan working? Do we need to get more information on the function of the behavior? Are the goals being measured? Are we using enough positive reinforcements to teach the child and reinforce the child to understand why they're having these behaviors? And then also, is the IEP being implemented with fidelity? Is every teacher who works with this child following the behavior plan and implementing it with fidelity? That's a lot. So if we aren't, then we have to come back and do training. We have to provide additional support for our staff. We need to be, maybe we need to provide some sub-teachers in where we can work specifically with the teachers and the staff to be able to implement the behavior plan and relook at what's going on. So that's around the 6th to 7th day of suspension for the student. We do that manifestation. Hopefully, from that manifestation determination, we can implement an updated behavior plan and we're able to change the behaviors of the student. But no matter what, when we hit that 10, we've hit a change of placement. So I see hands.
Thank you. So this is a really important point. So a member of the IEP team is also the child's parent or guardian. So when you reach that 6 to 7 day point or the day 10 point, I understand that the IEP really evaluates a student's placement and location within the district. I am of the opinion that although absolutely we control what happens at school, the needs of a child extend beyond a school day. Do the parents also have to show, or are they encouraged to show, how they are seeking resources outside of the school district for behavioral health, occupational health, different type of external supports to help the child grow and evolve outside of when the bell rings during their school day?
Thanks for bringing that up. Of course, we hope. It's very rare that we see behaviors at school where the parents are not seeing the behaviors at home. It does happen, but it doesn't happen very often. And we hope that the parents are working to find resources. And if they're not, we will help them find the resources. That is where our school counselors, our school social workers become involved, and they help the families address the behaviors. There are times where we may need to seek, there are some behavior analyst programs outside in our community. We would help get the referrals to them so that the behavior analysts can come into the family's home, work with the families, that we collaborate. How can we implement the behavior plan that we have at school? How can we help support the family implement the behavior plan at home? And so there's that is that cross-training, that home training component that actually is part of IDEA that we are required to help support the family in implementing what we're doing at school in their home, and also help them find those community resources. So it is a team approach, and always we would hope the parent is at the manifestation meeting and at any IEPs.
Thank you. Trustee Mayberry, followed by Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you. So just, I guess, a point of clarity. If a student, with severe needs, severe behavioral challenges, they bite, they slap, this is all a manifestation on their disability. The staff really doesn't have any recourse. Is that what I'm hearing? They have to. Can they be placed somewhere else ultimately?
So, location. So, depending on the IEP team decision, but then what you're talking about is a change in location. That is something that that the school team can work with. So, for example, let's say that the first grade teacher, the behaviors are not, we're not seeing improvements, we're not, but when the behavior plan is being implemented, the child can be great, but every once in a while they have those off days. It could be that we try a different first grade classroom, okay? But remember, IEP teams can make placement decisions, and if the behavior plan is being followed and being implemented and supports are being in place, and it's still struggling, is it that is the correct placement for the child? At some point, those questions have to be asked. The law requires for us to stay in the least restrictive environment, so we have to be able to justify why we're removing that child from the least restrictive. But the placement versus location the location can be a school-based factor. Now, clearly you'd want to have the collaboration of the family if you're looking about changing from one first grade classroom to another first grade classroom, or algebra to algebra. But that can also be another intervention that maybe the child spends one morning in the one first grade classroom, and then it spends the afternoon in another first grade classroom, if that's what we find that addresses the behaviors.
But as a public school district, I mean, violent behavior from a child with special needs does not constitute removing that student from the district. We are obligated to provide that student a fair and free, proper, appropriate education.
Correct. If it's related to their disability, correct, we cannot remove them.
Thank you, President Smith, and thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Part of that discussion answered a little bit of my question. Do we have the ability, before it gets to that, I know you said that, and we should be proud of having our kids 80% to 100% in mainstream classrooms, but if we're seeing things kind of heading downhill, do we have the ability to be a little bit more proactive and say, you know what, maybe the general classroom is just too much for Johnny or Susie right now, and kind of back off of that and put them back into a more restrictive, more intensive environment before we get to this, which is almost, to me, it looks a little bit like failure, other than the fact that we are stepping in and we want to be proactive. Maybe we could head this off if we jump in a little sooner.
Thank you for that question. So that's the whole purpose of a functional behavioral assessment and a behavior plan. So before we get to any of this, once we start seeing the behaviors, you really want to find out what the function is. Sometimes it may be escape. It may be overwhelming to be in the classroom, but what you want to do then is to say, based on the behavior, on the information we have, we know that at 20 minutes into class, Johnny's reached his point, right? And that's where we start to see the physical or the verbal aggressions. Well, at 18 minutes into class or 15 minutes into class, and then Johnny gets a break and the school counselor comes and takes him for a walk, and he gets a break from class to reset. I have done this as a principal. I did this a lot. I had a child that I had to go down, and every 8 minutes gave the child a break, because at 10 minutes the child went off. And so we would go and get that reset, and based on the data, we would go back in, and every 8 minutes we would go down and take a break, kind of walk around, have him do an activity where he was able to relax and reset and go back. And we had this system in place where we rotated through. Then, based upon that success and seeing that worked, we increased the time. So then it went down every 12 minutes, and we extended that time. And as that time, we built that time in, and that would be what we would consider a time interval behavior intervention. Then we were able to extend it. It worked. We never had to ultimately remove the child. Now we see a lot more of that post-COVID. But it's the point of having a solid behavior plan in place and following that behavior plan. And we did that for about a quarter. We increased it every 2 weeks. It went from 8 minutes to 12 minutes to 15 minutes every 2 weeks. We upped it, and by the quarter he was there. And if you think about it, it was a kindergartner. They change activities in a classroom about every 15 to 20 minutes anyway, because that's the nature of the curriculum in the classroom. Then he was able to take a break, and we were able to come back and take a break, and it started to align with what was going on in the classroom. It took a lot, but it worked. And that's what the research shows works when you're looking to address from a behaviorist standpoint. So.
I like that idea of acclimating the child and building up their resistance and tolerance. So can we, I guess my next question would be, can we use that format as part of the training this summer for our teachers with the restorative practices training? Because I'm not sure that teachers, all of them understand that and would use that as a tool. My other question is, can Care Solace be utilized for parents that need some additional help with their children?
So definitely, as far as our behavior interventions and our work over the summer and how we work with teachers to show how behavior plans can be implemented, we definitely can incorporate that. And I see Dr. Lamarca is taking notes. Yay! And then I think the Care Solace, I would. Yeah. So also, so we have the 10 days, and then it changes to, it's a change of placement, and that then impact, the IEP team has to determine what does that change of placement look like, or do we need to seek alternatives to out-of-school suspension? That's the key. So then if we've reached those 10 days, what are the alternatives to out-of-school suspensions? Because once you go over, then you've reached your change of placement.
Quick question, if I might. Out-of-school suspension. Distance learning would not be an out-of-school suspension, right? We can still do distance learning without crossing that line, am I correct?
So what you have to ensure that you have to provide the student with their IEP services as written in the IEP. So that if it's not written as a distance learning IEP, because then you would be, they're out of the school suspended one day, then you can't do that like that. The law would not agree that that is how you provide your specially designed instruction.
And then a follow-up. What you're talking about versus what Dr. Lamarca had previously mentioned, strictly for those with a disability as defined by federal law.
Correct.
Doesn't apply to any of the other kids. If you have an IEP, is that proof positive that you have a disability?
Yes.
Okay.
This also, I do want to clarify about 504s. So students with a 504 also have a disability. They just don't require the specially designed instruction that a student with an IEP has.
Yeah, I just don't want to merge the two or get us confused, because I confuse easily between the standard everyday practices versus the disability. A student who doesn't have a disability that does a assault or battery on a staff member doesn't have to be severe. That's a whole different apples and oranges. Okay, making sure we clarify that.
Thank you. Can you explain just a brief description of a 504 student, just for those that don't know? Thanks.
So a 504, why we call it a 504 is it is actually Section 504 of the ADA, American with Disabilities Act, from 1970 something. 74, is it 74? It's 504 and 74. Okay, so it's Section 504. So that's why we call it a 504. It doesn't really have anything to do with what it actually means. It's just a term that is what they use in law and how districts use it. A 504 means that a child has been found to have a disability, but they do not need specially designed instruction. But they do need accommodations. So let's say that a child with I'm really reaching here. So a child with cerebral palsy that doesn't have specially designed instruction, but they need a special writing utensil. So they need a pencil with a grip, or they need a slant board. That would be something that they would get in a 504, or assistive technology devices. So a child who has ADHD, who may just need a graphic organizer in class to help them stay focused on what they need, may not need specially designed instruction, but they do need some accommodations that we can handle in a classroom. So think about the IEP being the center, and then the 504s kind of out, hovering around the outside. They all have a disability, but the ones in the middle have the specially designed instruction. Thank you. Sure.
Trustee Mayberry.
Oh, thank you, Madam Vice. Just to piggyback on what I asked earlier, and kind of bouncing off of what Trustee Westlake said, you know, these are extremely difficult issues, and I think that's why we need more special ed staff and aides and such. But I do hear, you know, when I tour schools, oftentimes, and maybe I wasn't as direct as I should have been, you know, I do hear, well, there's nothing we can do, you know, when it comes to some of these severe special ed students, particularly on the behavior side. And it just, to me, it just doesn't seem like an acceptable answer. You know, there's nothing we can do. I mean, I hear that. That's verbatim multiple times throughout my school visits. So I wanted to plant that seed with you and you know, see what kind of response you could offer from that perspective.
Thank you for that. There's always something we can do. So I do, when I hear that as well, I'm like, oh, well, we're not thinking outside the box enough. You know, there are a lot of options that we can do for in schools where you don't change placement, but you can change location. And remember, we want to keep our students in Tier 1 instruction. So what are the options? And it could be AM in one gen ed class, PM in another gen ed class, if the child is fine with switching locations as far as, you know, that they're easy to transition, and they too probably need a break from that class and the peers and need, you know, an opportunity to go someplace else. You know, so those are options out there. We just have to think like outside the box of what we can do. You know, do we need to go back and look at the behavior plan and have someone coming back in and helping the child take a break more often? Maybe they go and do their maybe it's during math class and they have a math activity they need to complete. Maybe they do that math class with the school counselor. Maybe they do that math activity with a special ed teacher. Maybe they do that math teacher with their favorite person from the lunchroom. You know, there are a lot of opportunities where, you know, you can still have access to Tier 1 instruction and in the general education setting that doesn't have to be, you know, that we have opportunities in our buildings and just.
Well, I appreciate you saying that's not an acceptable answer. That's because I agree with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. A comment and a quick question as well around 504s. I just want to remind the trustees that we have contracted with the Council of Great City Schools for a program assessment of our special education services. It won't only look at what we're currently doing, but it will benchmark us against other similar sized districts around the country. So to your point around are we thinking outside of the box, we want to make sure that we are learning from what others are doing, and if there are changes that we can make that will improve services for our kids, we want to make that. So we're excited. We expect to have those findings by the end of the summer. Is that about right? Early fall?
Fall.
Okay, early fall. And then question, Jen, on 504s. Have we seen the number of 504s increase? That's what I've heard in my visits to schools, and I'm just wondering if that is true. How significant is the increase, and what does that mean for our capacity as a district to meet those?
Thank you, Dr. Renfield. 504 is actually coordinated through our counseling department, so that's why Jen is handing it over. We have seen an increase in 504 since the pandemic. and it has outstripped capacity. It's difficult. We recently went to financial review committee for additional funding to pay for some of the services that we're having to provide. It's one of those things that kind of ebbs and flows a little bit, but since the pandemic, it has been on the rise.
And for clarification, thank you, Dr. LaMarca, we do not get nearly the level of funding when it comes to 504s that we do for special education. I think that's really important to note. And I also believe that, and even though 504s is out of counseling, we are going to want that to be a part of our special education program assessment, because in many places 504s do fall within special ed. This is an area of the central office where I am concerned that we are understaffed and under-resourced. And so we're going to have to take a hard look at that, because we want to make sure that every child is getting what they need, but that we have the staff to support our staff in meeting those needs. Thank you.
Thank you. I know I'm asking a lot of questions, so bear with me. I'm just trying to get educated here. Can you give us an idea of what types of IEP students are doing the most disruptions in the classrooms? Like it's kids with these IEPs that are doing most of the violence or language, that kind of thing?
We're going to probably want to approach that with care, because I don't know that we would want to signal in case family is here that if it may not be their students. So I want to and I'm not even the lawyer, but before he kicks me under the table, I want to make sure we approach this with care, because we don't want to assume one way or another, and we also don't want a headline to be like students with this disorder are leading to 75% of that. So I want to be really careful. It's a good question, but I just want to be careful in how we approach that.
What about behaviors? What are the most behaviors we're seeing? Like, are we seeing a lot of biting? Are we seeing a lot of the language? Are we seeing more aggressive? What is it we're seeing mostly?
Let me try to answer that question, and I'll approach it this way. What we do see is that special education students are disproportionately among those who have created major events and also being suspended more. And so that's problematic. That's part of the reason why we're providing the presentation. I do think, and obviously Ms. Van Trest can correct me if I'm wrong, but our social intervention program is a program that is relatively designed to support students often with some emotional difficulties and with impulse control. And so these are students who probably, when they were in general education, might have been disruptive. We tried to work with them through an MTSS process. They weren't responsive. They started receiving special education services, and with the intent of keeping them in a least restrictive environment, but they still needed extra supports, and eventually their placement was changed to an SIP program. These are also students who are disproportionately bullied, and these are also students who have disproportionately not been served well academically. So it is a very difficult thing to tease apart. All these things are interrelated.
Thank you for that. Is there something, I'm trying to picture a step before we get to this and a step before we get to suspension. Could it be a step that we call extensive intervention, where, and that would be kind of like what you were explaining, Ms. Van Trest, with, you realize this little boy or this little girl needs a break after 8 minutes, or we're going to be heading in the wrong direction. Is there something that we could do before we get to this and suspension where it's extensive intervention? And yes, we probably need more assistance, more money at that, but I think we would serve these kids better, and in so doing that, serve the other kids in the classroom better, and for sure serve our teachers better before they're exasperated.
So I think that we are doing that, and that's what we've been discussing this whole time. But I do want to get us back on track with the manual. So we're veering into supports for special education, but in this case, we're really talking about what do these determinations play in the role of a behavior manual and the discipline matrix? Because where we're going to phase 2 in a minute is to discuss that there is a place where the law ends and our discretion begins. So we can definitely have a longer conversation about this another time, but I want to make sure that we get back on track with this as it relates to special education, IEPs, 504s, as it relates to the space for behavior and discipline.
All right, thank you. I have no idea where I was. Okay. So the manifestation determination, one thing that I do want to make clear is that if it is determined that it is not a manifestation of their disability, then all of the rules that apply to normal, typical disciplinary procedures apply. So remember the 2 questions for the manifestation: is it related to the disability, and have we implemented the IEP with fidelity? So when those 2 questions and it's not part of the disability, then disciplinary procedures apply. Okay. And then, the last part, just to let you know, is that Nevada law and we are not allowed to suspend a student with a disability for more than 5 days straight. So if it is a situation where we have an incident that happens, you cannot go over those 5 days concurrently. But remember, you have 10 days before it's considered a change of placement. So if you use all 5 in one incident, then you're kind of on the short end on the other side. So we don't encourage schools to use all 5 at once, because not that you don't want to burn through your days. That's not exactly how you want it to make it work. But what constitutes the behavior to think about such a big time for a suspension?
Thank you, Madam President. And I just want to clarify what you just said right there per NRS. So that includes students that are under a 504 as well, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. I think that's...
So, thank you, Jen, and I'm really thankful for the conversation, because actually this is what may at times lead to some of what Trustee Mayberry has observed in class or in schools is this is complicated, and so at some points it can feel as if we can't do anything, and that's more of an emotional response. And so I appreciate Jen's response that there's always something we can do, and early intervention is the key, and it's not always going to work, and we still have these problems. Just a couple of other quick things. I think that's a really important distinction. That's part of what has been and will be in the manual is the 45 days versus a longer term out of zone school placement, depending on the manifestation. That's a key thing that has to occur. If you remember, and we don't have it on a slide today, but we provided you guys some definitions. So habitual discipline by statute is having 5 significant suspensions. A significant suspension is a suspension of 3 days or more. So by Nevada law, a student with a disability cannot be a habitual discipline problem. And that is also true within case law and within IDEA. The argument is that a pattern of behavior is associated with a disability. So there are some subtle things that create some of this confusion with our administrators in buildings and teachers about feeling constrained, because there are real constraints. There's also, and I don't want to get into the area, but it was related to something Mr. Church said. If we suspect a disability, but there's just not an IEP in place, protections kick in. So if a family had been coming and talking to the principal about Paul and concerns about Paul needing extra help, even if we hadn't gone to the part of developing an IEP yet, if Paul does something, he's going to be protected, and that becomes a gray area, and it's difficult. So our schools need guidance around this. And I imagine some additional questions may come up. What we want to talk about now are some of our recommendations moving forward. So what you have here, and this applies to several of the slides going forward, everything going forward that you see that's shaded green would constitute a new section or a new thing that we're proposing we do. When you see something shaded in yellow, we're talking about significant revisions. And then when you see no shading, more or less, we're talking about things that already exist and they probably won't be changed a whole bunch. We think what needs to be included in the manual is the priority around safe and respectful learning environments. And that would include things such as the rights of students and the rights of teachers to a safe learning environment and workplace. We think there needs to be a section, a brief section, that talks about guiding legislation and district policy. Within that, we would be able to spend some time delineating things where we have great discretion, some discretion, and no discretion. We would probably also put in the appendix, which we haven't done, some of the critical statutes, so it's there for reference as people need it. We do think that we need a section dedicated to special education. At this current point, it's always a theme, but it's not a dedicated concrete section about what we do when we're talking about a student with special education. I can tell you, I can't speak for Mr. McElhaney, but being in that same role and knowing some of what he does now and what we've done historically, one of, if not the very first question we asked, one of the very first questions is, does the student have an IEP? Because it just takes us down a different path than it does if they don't. We feel we need sections that delineate administrative latitude in taking disciplinary action. And really what we're talking about here, and we've had this conversation before, although for some of you it might be new, is there is a role at times for school police and law enforcement, and that's not the same role as an administrator has. Now, when school police are involved, we will always defer to them. We will let them do what they need to do, especially around safety and things of that nature. But administrative actions are independent from the actions that school police may take. Sometimes it makes it easy. So if a school police officer finds a student with a loaded weapon and cites them for possession of a deadly weapon, we know exactly what's going to happen. But if there isn't enough information for school police to make that referral to juvenile services, that does not mean we don't have the ability to act, and we need to do a better job in the manual of helping administrators know where they have discretion in that kind of a situation. Tiered continuum of behavior management, support, intervention, and discipline. And I think this is what Trustee Westlake is getting at. We have to not spend a lot of time, but we have to send reminders about how critically important it is for there to be explicit expectations within classrooms, and that those expectations are common among the different classrooms, and that once teachers and students agree on what these are, people enforce those. We need to know what is basically handled within the classroom and what then can't be and escalates up to site-based administration. And then when site-based administration has exhausted all the things that they're able to do, when it comes up to our level within the hearing office. Again, this would be an opportunity to talk a little bit about restorative practices, social emotional learning, some of those tier 1 practices that create that safe learning environment. Our best attack at this is prevention. We're always going to have times when we have to discipline, and that's what the focus is here, but our best tactic is prevention. Notification requirements and recommendations. This hasn't really, there's been mention of it in the manual before, but we need some clear rules around when you're notifying parents. Some of that has been in the manual, but we need to be clearer about that. But also when schools notify the hearing office about problems that they are experiencing. It's recommended throughout, but we need to be more explicit about that and require some of that. And then also feedback loop. That was one of the comments that we received from teachers throughout the year, but also in this more recent process, is that they never know what happens. They just want to know what's happening. And there are some times where protections prevent a lot of detail, but they are entitled to know what is going on so that they can feel safe within their working environment. There are also some specific times where we have a duty to warn. When a student has been involved in criminal behavior that is violent and threatening, there are times when we have a duty to warn. Discipline strategies, this would be an area where we would speak, I think, better to this coupling of traditional discipline strategies as well as restorative practices. It is here to stay within the legislation, and so we need these things to work together. Threat assessments and safety planning, that has been covered previously, but it's primarily been part of our appendix. But I will tell you that threats to safety have been significantly on the rise for the last several years. You guys know a couple weeks ago we had a major one, which was a swatting. But we have them pretty consistently, and there are very specific processes that have to be carried out when that occurs. And so we need to make that more explicit within this manual. It is an attempt, actually, at earlier intervention. The behavior hearing process, there will be some, if you approve this, there will be some language regarding that. It probably won't change a whole heck of a lot. Transitions to and from temporary placements. Again, this is being required now in some of this legislation. It's something we've been working toward, but I think it's going to be explicit in law now. So especially if that comes to fruition, there's going to have to be attention to it. And then some subtle changes to our appendix materials. That is kind of highlighted here. We want to reorganize the matrix itself to make it a little more user-friendly, groups behaviors in ways that make sense, easy reference, clear guidance around recommended consequences that can be both traditional and restorative practices, and also clear guidance on recommended interventions and supports.
Dr. Enfield, before you go, I just want to really bring to everyone's attention these two slides, 10 and 11. This change with the behavior manual and the matrix is not just a minor edit, okay? The green are completely brand new sections that don't exist right now. The yellow are significantly revised. This is not even just an overhaul, this is an absolute rebuild. And this is exactly what I was looking for when I took this out of consent last November and said, let's reimagine what this could be. So I am really glad to see the dramatic change that we're looking to make with these materials. And now I'll pass it over to Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President Smith. I will echo, this is tremendous work. Paul, thank you. I do just want to note that when we're talking about transitions to and from temporary placements, one area for improvement that we have here is we don't have enough options for where we can send our children and young people. And you've heard me say this before, and I'll keep saying it. But one of my long-term goals is for us to really explore creating a location where we can send our students pre-K-12, because sadly even our little ones sometimes need an alternative placement, but maybe in partnership with our local agencies. It could be a public-private partnership, I'm not sure, but I intend to put together a small group of community leaders next year to begin exploring how we might create I hate the term facility because it sounds so clinical, but an alternative location where students who needed to be removed from their home school for whatever amount of time could go and not only keep up with their academic work, but receive the counseling, the intervention, whatever that may be, all in one site, and have it be incredibly high quality, and also have it be responsive to the particular needs of the student. So Trustee Mayberry might need to be there for 2 weeks, but Trustee Woodley might need to be there for 2 months. I mean, sorry, trustee, I know that would never happen. But my point is, it would be flexible and tailored to the actual needs of the child. This would be a significant endeavor, but based on my 11 months here in this community, I think we have the community to pull it off. And so we'll be starting to explore what that could look like next year.
I just wanted to say thank you so much, and I hope in communicating to the public, they understand just how much consideration and kindness and awareness has gone into this to help all of our kids and all of our teachers. And I think that would be amazing. And to our superintendent's credit, her thinking outside of the box all the time is probably what's going to get us over the hump. So thank you so much.
So this is an important slide for us. It really will affect a lot of the content and how it's written. And so we do want to talk about this. We know that the legislation currently allows for and includes traditional practices and restorative practices. We know that the two bills that are in front of the legislature that would make change to disciplinary statute still include traditional approaches and restorative practices. So what we want is for the board to signal to us that there is an understanding that these things can and must work together. They must be coupled whenever possible to give the proper support to students, the school community, to staff. That is really what that first bullet talks about, is just the coupling of both traditional and restorative practices. The second bullet is something we have done, and we just want to make sure that we are still in sync, and that is when we're talking about behaviors that create a safety concern, we will approach those more conservatively. So in practice, what that means is we are more likely to exclude students under those kinds of circumstances. But back to bullet one, that has to be coupled with restorative practices. That is reentry back into the classroom, reentry back into the school. It's also to support maybe students in the classroom while the other student has been removed. I mean, too often that kind of thing occurs as well. There is a significant disruption, the child is removed, but then there's silence. And kids are kind of left wondering, that was weird. And we need to address that. The third bullet is when we're talking about behavior, which is problematic, but it's not creating safety concerns or as significant as safety concerns, or maybe it's just procedural in nature, we are going to lean heavily on restorative approaches, early intervention, prior to getting to a point where we have to use traditional exclusionary practices. So this for us is an important slide for your comment, and thank you.
And so I'm going to jump in here. So not now, but after we do public comment, the motions for today, again, we're identifying these three areas. So this is based on the staff recommendation, and this is where we infuse our values and our priority for the approaches we'd like to take when there is discretion for the district to do so. So when we get to the point later on in this item, there is a motion to adopt this approach, which is where we, as the board, provide direction for these categories of instances and how we want them to explore the discretionary use of discipline in these areas. So we'll have a motion that specifically addresses this, and then there will also be a blanket motion that will capture everything at the end, as we often do when we have sub areas where we need to decide on things, and then we have a blanket motion, which is what we have in our material. So I just wanted that to be clear to everyone, that this is where we signal on our values and priorities around safety in the classroom and respect. Trustee Church.
Okay, thank you. No, I didn't ask or put a lot of input in throughout this other than a couple questions. So this is kind of where I'm going to kind of go through my list. So a little bit long, but I'll be as quick as I can.
Do you want to do that here, or do you want to wait for us to finish?
Okay. I think now, because we're right on this slide. So to me, in my opinion, the manual, the first sentence, the overall gist of everything should be that, and you mentioned this, Dr. LaMarca, the welfare of the students and staff and the right to a safe learning environment is number one. The right of the group. And as much as I care about the at-risk kids, special needs, et cetera, it can't be where it's disruptive to that goal of education in a safe environment. I will say, a passing note, that there was a comment about how COVID played into this, and we all make comments as we speak without kind of making, because they just come out. But it's our responsibility as a board, it's our responsibility as a district. I'm not blaming COVID. I was not aware of the extent of the disciplinary violence problems in the school, and I accept my responsibility for that. I've been on the board 2 years, and I didn't know, and I should have known, and I'm guilty of that, and I feel bad about that. But moving forward, now it's front and center in my mind. Minor comment, they call this a work session, but this is actually an action item, so I want to make that clear that we're on it. Part of my gut says wait for legislation because it's still pending. I don't know why we have to rush into this, but I guess you need some guidance. And I will state my opinion personally. AB 400, I think, has got a lot of good stuff. Obviously, it might get negotiated away, but I lean towards AB 400 versus the other ones. That's my personal opinion, not representing the board. All right. The one thing in here, and we know how much, those people that know me, how much I care about at-risk kids and preventative stuff, but I also want to bring up what's called the broken windows theory, which isn't, you wouldn't put it in the manual, but it's a concept that minor infractions become major infractions. If you let student Westlake wear her hat backwards and that's against the rules, and you go, well, it's minor, and then pretty soon student Mayberry's sagging his pants where they're not supposed to be sagging. I'm not going to pick on you, but you've been picked on. But they become major. And I kind of reject the word progressive discipline or restorative practice where it signals to the student that you can do it because you're not going to be disciplined per se. And that's probably how we carefully would word that manual, but we don't want to signal to the student that, oh, if you do this, we're going to engage in this progressive. And I make no bones about my opinion that restorative practice, I think, is a failure. Like you said, we're probably stuck with it whether we like it or not, but I'm certainly no fan. And again, I know I'm covering a lot, but I'm trying to cover it all at once. Probably the number one thing in my mind is that the teacher should rule. The teacher is the best person to make the decision, and I'll give an analogy to baseball. If there's a call at second base on whether they're safe or out and they do the replay, the ruling of the umpire is paramount unless it's clear and convincing to overturn it. If the teacher thinks the student should be outside the classroom, and I'm not talking about special ed, I'm just talking in general, then that should be paramount unless there's clear and convincing evidence that the student shouldn't be out of the classroom. And again, that should, in my opinion, should be in the manual. One of the big things in my mind is that term suspension versus removal, and the superintendent nailed it very well, and I even heard some audience clapping a little bit, but you nailed it, except for the fact the superintendent said long-term goal. This should be a short-term goal. This problem's now. So I need to see alternatives now for doing the best we can for the kid, but generally getting him out of the classroom. Now, almost done. Couple of the wording in there that they pose a serious threat. That was in the AB 330. It may end up in the manual. I don't like that. I just like the word threat. Doesn't have to be serious. That's how do we define that? If the kid poses a threat, that's a threat. I'm wondering if the manual can require some kind of counseling. I'm wondering if we still do detention. If there's something, okay, you mess up, make the parents send the kid to counseling. I don't know if we can do that, but again, it's in a thought in my mind. Minor issue is, and it's AB 330, but again, it might be in the manual, this distribution of the manual, disciplinary manual to all the students, that could be cumbersome. So a summary of the discipline, a link to the website, and a piece of paper that if you just give them the whole manual, they're going to throw it away. However, the thought in my mind, and I know we're taking away from education when we do this, but at the beginning of the semester, maybe we need to do a pull-out class to all the students on discipline and tell them what the expectations are. So again, I covered a lot, but I saved it kind of towards the end. But I think I covered pretty much everything in there. And I think that's enough for now. I covered a lot. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Vice President Nicolette, and then we'll,
Okay.
oh, go ahead.
Can I respond to
Yes,
Mr. Church?
absolutely.
I appreciate your questions, Mr. Church, and I want to talk about a couple of them. I want to back up here real quick. So in this section where it talks about tiered continuum of behavior management, support intervention, and discipline, you guys in your packet had a fuller explanation of all these elements. And in there, I think you find a delineation between minor behaviors and major behaviors. Minor behaviors are, so the broken window kind of philosophy, that's kind of that bridge. So there is a process that we need to better articulate where the same minor behavior, if it happens repeatedly, becomes a major behavior. So that is something that needs to be addressed. It's also the part where we're talking about consistent classroom expectations and consistent enforcement of rules. You're right, it is the teacher who primarily is going to have the opportunity to deal with these things first and nip them in the bud. Pose a serious threat. So in this part where it says threat assessments and safety planning, our process, and maybe there is a time when we can provide that to you, or you'll be able to read it within the manual, we do take every threat seriously, and we're going to make that more explicit. So we have a process that's called the threat assessment process. It begins with a threat inquiry. So if a kid is on the playground and says, "I'm going to kill Paul," that's a threat, and it has to be dealt with. So the principal has a responsibility, or the counselor, or someone, but probably the principal, does the initial threat inquiry to see, was this a transient situation or is this more serious? If it's anything more than transient, if it's a medium kind of level or a higher level threat, that kicks into effect a comprehensive threat assessment. So I appreciate that comment, and I do think that that will be included.
Question on that? Do the parents, great issue, do the parents get notified if the victim, hey, somebody threatened to kill your kid or somebody punched your kid?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they do. Through the bullying kind of process, they do. Parents also have to agree to the comprehensive threat assessment, by the way. And if they don't, we interpret that as conservatively. So back to that slide where we're saying, well, we're conservative versus not. If you can't get Paul to agree to allow this to occur for Paul's child, we have to assume that there's more here.
But for the victim child?
No, I'm talking about for the,
Yeah.
no, the victim's parents don't have to sign a consent for a threat assessment.
But they get notified?
They do.
Oh.
They should. We do use detention. That's one of the traditional practices. That's described in the manual, and counseling is often part of the interventions that are recommended. So all those were spot on, and they will be included.
Thank you. This is wonderful discussion. Couple things are very important to me, and they really are very broad-based, so I will share them. It's clear our students have given us a call to action to help. Our teachers have given us a call to action to help, and we have a responsibility, of course, to do that. Spot on with our superintendent about we need to identify, design, and implement alternative places for our most precious gifts to go while we're helping them work through whatever they're working through. I really appreciated what you said, Dr. Lamarca, about the better manual to guide activity, because it was very alarming to me when I read the summary feedback. Among all respondents, only administrators reported a working knowledge, and very few teachers used it. That is a red flag, you know that. So we definitely have to beef up the importance to all of our employees, including nutrition workers, bus drivers, etc., to utilize the manual, the product that will result from this, and then what is most important to me is that there is training, continual training, professional development, because these are complicated issues, as we've all recognized, and it's going to take a slow kind of onboard process so people, they understand and they're comfortable and they feel supported, which ultimately means our students, our families, our teachers will feel supported. So just a kind of a fun thought. I really like decision-making trees. So if you could have a page where if this happens, you go here, that might help. And good luck, because this could clearly be something that's 150 pages, and it probably needs to be 5. Thank you.
Thank you for that. This next slide, I think, gets to the point you're making, Dr. Nicolette, as well as you, Mr. Church. So these next 2 slides are really now moving away from the content of the manual and then to its implementation. The manual, as a one document, is really pitched towards administrators. So it's not super surprising to me that teachers have less awareness of it, because the manual is almost really, for MTSS language, it's kind of tier 3. It's like when everything else hasn't worked, what do we do next? So I get some of that, but what we want to build, and in Mr. McElhaney's review of other districts, we found a couple of districts that had some really good tools. So we want to create a teacher guide that really synthesizes it down to really the absolute need to know stuff. They'll have the manual as a reference, but here's a guide that can help them kind of bridge it. We want that as well for administrators, because we need them to read the whole manual, but they need the decision tree. They need to be able to think quick sometimes, and that can help them. And then we also want to create like a parent-student brochure or some sort of a communication device for students and parents. I will say too, to your point, Mr. Church, that most schools, we don't know that it happens enough with reteaching, but most schools do spend dedicated time at the very beginning of the year and hopefully at the beginning of the second semester just around behavioral expectations and kind of the rules, the norms of how we operate within the building. The last slide before we ask you for actions, and I know you'll have some discussion, is this is the recommended implementation plan. And I put things in yellow. These are not huge changes, but what they are is the dates are changing drastically if you choose to attempt to do this. And it's going to put some pressure on schools. We need our schools to create these progressive discipline committees as quickly as possible. So we are going to try to get schools to do that by August 15th, and that's not going to be an easy thing for them to do, but we're going to try it. We will have already, as you've seen before, given them the draft manual. That's the first role and responsibility of that group, is to review it. This manual helps guide our school's discipline plan. They're able to add things to it that are site-based, and we collect what they add, but that's the default plan as well. They got to review it. Once we get that review, hopefully by August 31st, and that's moving this up by about 45 days from what schools are used to. We would then like to try to bring it to you for adoption on September 12th. Again, that's more than 2 months ahead of when you have traditionally adopted the manual for the year. The manual will already be out there, but assuming there are no more changes that you asked for, it would be disseminated officially at that point in time. It would be posted at our website, and it has to be posted at our website and linked at every school's website. The key ads, and we used to do the first green line, but with COVID, which is not an excuse, that kind of all professional development kind of got tabled. But we need to return to our monthly, at least every 6-week meetings with our administrators that are responsible for behavior and discipline to continually build their capacity and support them. I recently talked with Kaylin Evans. WEA would like to work with us on creating some professional learning opportunities for teachers. We don't have like a schedule of what that would look like. I know that he wants us to go in front of his rep council and then kind of have it sort of disseminate from there. As noted in the law, and even if it's not in the law, we need to monitor data regularly with our schools. They have access through BIG to critical reports, but we need to do a better job of nudging them, getting them to look at that information, and getting that to you, and so that you can review it more regularly than you have as well. Annual district-wide evaluation of progress, and then, you know, the cycle just continues. We have to, you know, we're going to do our best to make a great manual, and next year it's going to need changes, and those will come to you again. So that is what we have for you. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. So for slide 13, a bit of feedback on that, particularly related to the student discipline guide. My suggestion on that would be that we consider making 3 versions that are appropriate for students at the elementary, middle, and high school level, because the way that they will understand their own behavior in school related to context that's unique to those ages, I think are really very different. So I see a bunch of lights, so here's what we're going to do next, because we are going to be going to public comment. So what we're going to be looking for at this point when we come back to the dais is guidance on slide 12, which is captured in the second bullet under the recommendation slide. So you'll see that there's a bullet. That slide 12 is really important because the district team, this is not just new. They have re-listened to our meetings. They have read the notes of meetings. They have discussed it with families. They have taken all of the feedback and the signaling we've done, and that has come down to the 3 items that you see here on slide 12. And so that'll be a motion which provides the direction on where there is discretion, what are the values that we want to carry forward. And then there would be a blanket motion that would cover all of the contents of the manual, the communication strategy that we saw, and the implementation plan, which we know is meaningfully different than anything that we've had before. And this will orient them as they do the work in the next stage, which also includes following the legislation that's to come. So we've had a lot of rigorous discussion during this item. So for right now, I am only interested in clarifying questions, and then we're going to go to public comment because our public is waiting to speak to us on this. So does anyone have clarifying points? Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. On the, who makes up the body of the, can we go to that one screen so I say it right? Yes, the Progressive Discipline Committee. Who sits on that Progressive Discipline Committee for each school? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, and Mr. Church mentioned a thing that I want to come back to. The discipline committee is led by the principal or the principal's designee, which would be another administrator. So at the high school level, it often will be led by an assistant principal. Then there has to be 2 teachers that are elected to it. Now there's no specific rules around the election. Usually it's a process of getting teacher volunteers and then an okay from the teacher body. An elected classified person, and then a couple of backups that are part of that. That's the committee itself. The reason why it included me, there was another comment that Mr. Church made that I wanted to make sure he was aware. Temporary alternative placement, so a teacher's ability to remove a student from their classroom, that's in law, and that has always been part of our manual. So if I'm unruly and Miss Van Trest needs me out today, I'm out. And there are rules for when I can come back in. That's one of the critical things the Progressive Discipline Committee does. And the reason for the alternatives is if Miss Van Trest is on the committee and then I'm out and then the committee has to review me going back, she can't be part of that. So that's the reason for the alternatives.
Clarifying, again, I think this is clarifying. Number one, Board President made some great comments. Student manuals, which we're not voting on today, would be age appropriate. But a question to clarify, would those be reviewed by the board, or we just trust those to the superintendent? The student manual, not the actual behavioral manual.
Yeah, they would be public documents. Would they be available in September as part of the review, or would that be developed after we approve the manual? Because I would assume we would have to approve the manual first and then derived from that. So they can absolutely come to us. I don't know that we would approve them directly, but they will be based on the manual that we approve.
Okay. And then another clarifying question or comment that you brought up, Dr. LaMarca. This is a major change. So I think I heard you say something about reevaluation. So we print all these documents, but I think maybe at the 6-month point or something, we as a board need to go over how we're doing, because improvise, adapt, and overcome, if we make any mistakes. Is that kind of what I heard?
It is what you heard. Our plan for implementation is to review data quarterly, and that would include you. Now, the extent to which you make those formal at a board meeting, that's for you to decide. If nothing else, they'll come in the form of superintendent highlights.
Okay. And again, I think I'm staying within your I'm trying my best. There was a comment made earlier, least restrictive environment. I don't like that term versus most appropriate.
It's legal.
It's a legal
Yeah.
term. Okay. But as much as it's legal, I prefer what's best for the kid, meaning the most appropriate. That's just a comment. I have a couple comments about the police, but I think you want me to wait.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you guys for this work. I know there's a lot going into this, so I do appreciate that. And I only have a few questions. So, getting all the recommendations and everyone's input, and I know you guys are talking to teachers and staff, but one question, or I guess more of a statement than a question, one thing I've heard, kind of what Trustee Mayberry is saying, is that they feel like it is what it is, our hands are tied. And I feel for bus drivers, because, I would much rather go back to Afghanistan and have my back turned to a bunch of middle school students, honestly. But with that being said, teachers and staff that, feels they're verbally abused over and over again, and they also, some of them feel like their site administrator, their principal, for lack of better words, is not supporting them. So in this process, will staff that feels that they're being verbally abused or threatened, will there be like an appeal, like they feel like, hey, the principal's implementing this corrective measurement, but staff feels like it's not enough? Is there going to be anything in there for staff?
There already is, and there will be. So there's two places that it's very explicit. Parents also have rights to appeals. But in that scenario I was raising, where I'm removed temporarily from Ms. Van Tress's classroom, if the principal 2 days later says it's time for Paul to go back, Ms. Van Tress could appeal that. And then that progressive discipline committee has to stand up and review what the principal wants, review the teacher's appeal, and make an ultimate decision, which could mean Paul's going to now be in Adam's class as opposed to Ms. Van Tress's class. When the law provides latitude, and let's say there's a battery and it's kind of on the edge and it's not really serious bodily injury, or it's not enough, but the teacher does not feel comfortable with that student returning because that's the decision that's been made, that teacher has an opportunity at that juncture as well to appeal. So there are appeals that are built in at every high stakes decision level.
Okay, and thank you for that. And just for like the public and, really for my knowledge, so something similar for a bus driver, like kids getting up, not sitting down, throwing bottles across the bus. What sort of corrective measures or like what input do they have, or what's being done there?
This is an area for improvement for us because of maybe, and I think Mr. Lee is here, he might be able to comment, but I think at times different administrators work differently with bus drivers. So it's usually a combination process where the bus driver reports what's going on and recommends the student cannot ride the bus. The principal has some say in that, but we do have rules, and students are excluded from the ability to ride a bus for a period of time. That is an area where I think we can work to strengthen. I don't know that it would be in the content of the manual. It's more of a work we have to do with Scott's team and with the area chiefs.
Okay, and I mean, just my opinion, I do think that should be covered in our manual. There should be some guidance for our bus drivers, and I mean, we see it on the news, fights on buses and bus drivers assaulted.
Let me clarify. In our appendix, we have always included transportation rules and information regarding how you can be suspended from an ability to ride the bus. So it's been in the manual. What I'm talking about is that really what it requires, excuse me, is that communication between bus driver and administrators and consistent enforcement of rules.
If I can jump in as a suggestion, and I don't want to weigh too much into the deliberation because we've got to get to public comment, but what I'm hearing is the privilege of riding the bus should maybe be something we include in the parent guide on this, because I think that would be very important for a parent to know that there are implications to your child. Screaming obscenities, throwing bottles across the bus. Riding that bus is a privilege. Yes, we provide you the education, but there are situations where behavior would have you not be able to ride a bus, and I think we need to be very upfront about that.
Just, Neil, I'm going to put you on. Can we deny a student transportation legally? I just need to raise that question. I don't know the answer.
It would depend on the circumstances.
Okay.
I can't give you a bright line answer, but I think we got to be very careful denying transportation, and it would depend on the student, the circumstances, and things of that nature.
Yeah, and I do. I have some of my questions, but I've been waiting my time and been polite and waiting. So secondly, I do understand some schools need to have leeway. I know I have a pretty diverse district. I got North Valley, Spanish Springs, and Pyramid Lake Reservation. So I understand the need for leeway, but I also know, I think kind of reason why this is all brought up, we need to have more uniformity from incline to Gerlach. So ballpark idea, how much leeway are you looking, or is the committee and everything, like how much leeway you're looking to give individual schools and principals?
That's a very good question, and I appreciate you asking that. That is the heart of the matter. So what we are trying to do is provide very clear guidance and recommendations to do what, when. And there is a case-by-case analysis that has to occur. So, for example, the language around homeless students that's in statute right now that prevents them from being suspended for more than a day, it's just too restrictive, okay? But the intent of the law was these are students that are struggling on a daily basis with food insecurity, housing insecurity. Of course, they're probably going to act out at times as a response to that. So the principal will have guidelines to what to do when this occurs, but they need to take into account contextual factors when they decide on that discipline. So there may be mitigating circumstances that changes what they do. So we are building as much consistency in as possible and providing the latitude for people to use their professional judgment, whether that be the teacher in the classroom, the principal in the school, or the hearing officer.
Could I address that, Trustee Rodriguez? Because I think it's an excellent question. One of the reasons for us hiring 2 additional associate chiefs was to do exactly what you're talking about, which is ensure consistency across our schools. So the associate chiefs will play a critical role in this, in making sure that we're looking at data regularly, but that we're seeing consistency in implementation, and not just with this, with everything writ large. But our goal is to significantly reduce the variance that we see now across schools.
And I'll just add to that. So we're already having, associate chiefs, we're already having those discussions on what is tight for every school. What are the expectations, and then what are a little loose? So what can you have as a teacher? For example, I may have had one teacher whose classroom expectations are very tight. You come in, you sit down, you start your work, versus another teacher who, we're going to have a kumbaya before everyone sits down. Well, you have to allow teachers that flexibility to be who they are, because that's how they teach and that's how kids learn. So what is the tight versus what is the loose. And we'll be coming together very, explicit on what we will have for tight expectations for all schools.
Okay, thank you. And that's, I think, pretty much my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This was a great conversation, and we're not quite done, although I'm feeling some consensus building. So let's go to public comment and hear from our public.
Kaylin Evans.
Hi, Mr. Evans. Welcome.
Hi, for the record, Kaylin Evans, president of the Washoe Education Association. Just wanted to echo something Dr. Enfield said. I was driving back from Carson this morning around the work that Dr. LaMarca has done at the legislature. I've been in multiple hearings with him, talked to multiple legislators. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca, on your work for this, really spearheading this. It means a lot that we have our district really being the spearhead on this, and it's getting recognized in that building, and so thank you. And also thank you to Dr. Ventress in saying, she's always been extremely responsive to us when we reach out around issues around special education students. I wish that we had more of her because there's only so many of her to go around to school sites and address, and I'll bring that into a later comment. We've provided, both from our lawyers, recommendations on the behavior matrix. We've already submitted those to Dr. LaMarca. We've also had some that were actually just submitted today. These are from both administrators and educators who we feel have a high expertise around student behavior to provide where we feel are some meaningful changes to the behavior matrix. So we look forward to being able to collaborate on those and seeing some of those changes being implemented. And ultimately, we just want this to look good from the trenches level, right? We don't want a 30,000 view of this behavior matrix. We want our folks to see this and feel like they're supported in this and to see these changes and they represent the needs that they have. But ultimately, as we understand, the piece of paper it's just a piece of paper, right? The implementation of this, the consistency, not only within the school site, but amongst school sites. I know that's something that we've talked a lot about, the importance of the Tier 1 instruction or the Tier 1 behavior supports. But kind of going back to my original comment, quickly in my 10 years prior to this, I've done countless trainings on curriculum, student learning objectives, power standards, countless trainings on data. Never once have I had a training from the district on how to address student behaviors. That shows that we as a school district have prioritized other areas, and at the core, this has to be the top priority. Without safe and effective learning and working conditions, there is nothing else, and that's no disrespect to the other departments and the work that they're doing. This has to be the foundation, and so we would urge, as we are, our superintendent, as we are looking at how to expand programs and how we staff, from the TOSA reassignment, that we prioritize MTSS and special education, because we feel like those are going to have the strongest outcome on student learning and teacher retention. So we just strongly urge our superintendent in this body to prioritize those areas first and foremost. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Nichelle Hull.
Hi, Ms. Hull. Welcome.
Thank you for that welcome. So I just want to look at the camera for a minute and just say, you know what? Parents and kids have been heard. Pressure on this body through these town halls and these meetings, I feel, is making an effect. I'm extremely excited, if not naive. I'm super encouraged by what I've heard today. I'm thrilled. I started out in this room wanting to cry, hearing about what these teachers are dealing with these 504s and special eds and that type of thing. I just can't imagine when do they have time to educate? So I feel for these teachers and these bus drivers. So you have these committees, right? You've got all these motivated volunteers who are interested in education. I mean, you could harness these people. You put a fire under the leader of all those 4 committees that you're recruiting for right now, and you tell that person, I need you to get me space by this August. And then they have those ground troops to implement and network and make it happen. So what I'm saying is when Susan Enfield said, hey, let's have a different space for kids that need a different solution than the school district, the main schools. Yes and amen. That can happen sooner than later. You just need the right person to drive that. Okay, we have all kinds of community centers that are not fully used in total capacity throughout the week. Boom, that's one. You have commercial space that's not being leased. Boom, that's another one. So this is totally doable. This is fantastic. This is responsive to the people. This is worth rewarding, worth accolades. Thank you, Susan Enfield. Thank you. Thank you to everybody up here who is motivated now by the sad state of what's going on. I appreciate it. I appreciate Colleen's feedback this morning. Excellent. So recommendations from Wake Up Washoe County, which is the group that I run. One is these restorative mixed with traditional practices that you want to roll out this September 12th. Could you not have 3 training sessions once a month over the summer where these teachers really practice? They do role playing, they get in there, and they practice these things so that it's, they feel confident with this manual when the school year starts. And the simpler the better with that manual. It needs to not be multi-paged and multi-layered and super, overly complexed and hyper-conceptualized. No, it does not. Another recommendation is, let me see. Those expectations of the student, post them everywhere. Post them in the hall, post them in the class, post them in the bathroom.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. We appreciate that, Ms. Hull.
Cliff Nellis.
Hi, Mr. Nellis. Welcome.
Hi, guys. Yeah, it's my first time here. My name is Cliff Nellis. I'm a director of an organization called Freedom Evangelism, based on the concept that Jesus Christ said, if you are my disciples, you shall know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Now, it's kind of difficult for me to stand here and talk to you and try to reason with you guys. I am kind of an intellectual, even though I never graduated anything except high school. But I am a teacher, and I come up against a lot of lies and things that are untruth, and a lot of it's in churches, and that's what I'm fighting. But my opinion here, generally speaking, first of all, I'd like to compliment you on what you're trying to do. This is awesome, that you're trying to make progress. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to fail. Your whole system is failing because it is not based upon principles of truth. And these truths are found in the Bible. Now, you guys probably come from an atheistic persuasion because you grew up in an education system that taught Darwinism, which is just a bunch of myths and fables. And so these principles, but let me tell you one of the principles. It's a principle of the sanctions of law. So if you have rewards for good behavior and you have penalties for bad behavior, people will usually fall in line. But you cannot get total compliance and total obedience without the gospel. The gospel is the exhibition of love from God, which that's the only way to get total obedience. So you're trying to get obedience from children. So how are you going to get obedience from children? Well, you have to have a threat, and the threat has to be a big threat. It has to be the threat of hell, everlasting fire, and a great reward, a word of heaven. If the children do not fear your penalties, it's not going to work. Your whole thing, I don't know what the manual is going to be, but at least you're making some progress. And, my daughter was a teacher for 17 years, from 2002 to 2019. She was a science teacher over at Damati High, and she had to get out. She worked 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. She was very committed and dedicated. She just had to get out because there is no discipline in the school system. This whole thing is falling apart, you guys, and that's why you're panicking and you're trying to put it back together. And it just might work if you make some progress, but you really got to make big progress. So the students will have to fear the penalties. If they don't have any fear of the penalty, then it's not going to work. And the other thing I see here, you're going to need to meet with your administrators more than once a month. It's going to be once a week. And your administrators are going to have to also fear the penalty of not complying with this, Because if they don't, they're just working, they're bureaucrats working for their job, and I'll make a few more comments at the end of this. So.
Thank you, Mr. Nellis.
That's all I have for this item.
Wonderful. All right, well, thank you so much. We've had a great discussion, and now we're going to start bringing it towards some decisions, although it feels like we've been building in a lot of areas. So a couple things that I wanted to just touch on, and the first is like where this all came from. So I know we vote on a lot of things, and we pull things, and then I know there are times when you're sitting in a chair going, do they have any idea what this is really going to entail? And that's what I feel like when I pulled this off of consent on November 8th, 2022. I had been hearing from teachers and principals and parents that this was an opportunity for us to really embrace the mission and vision of the board, of our new superintendent in our district, now that we are emerging out of a post-COVID world and we could pay attention to this. I am internally grateful to my colleagues that day. We voted this unanimously, and I can only imagine that there were staff members going, this is going to be a big one. And you've been working on this over the course of many months. We did see this in March. We approved the plan that is ultimately showing what they have come to in this next step. And you've absolutely done everything that I know my intent was when I pulled that off of consent, just at looking at how different the implementation plan is. The manual contents, so different. You did not just go through and do an edit. This is a dramatic reimagining of what this should be. So I do want to share that for the public. This is how we made it to this point today. And then I also want to address something that President Evans had mentioned and connect it to our strategic plan. So exactly what he was talking about, that you can't have any of these other things unless you have that safety, respect, belonging. That's why we took the bar at the bottom of the plan. Do you remember how we voted unanimously to place it at the top? That's exactly why. And it's this discussion here. So with that said, we've had some really great feedback. I am personally comfortable with what we have here. By all means, let's continue to discuss it. But ultimately, we're going to be looking for at least 2 motions. If the group agrees that the discretionary recommendations, JJ, if we could go to slide 12, what you see on slide 12 is reflected in the second bullet on slide 15, and that's approving the balanced discipline plan with the recommended discretion for traditional and restorative related to violent, disruptive, and procedural violations. Because this part's really important, everybody. This is where we flex our vision and our expectations for respect, so that when there is violent behavior, our board is saying where we have discretion, we would like to take a more conservative approach. When there is opportunities around behavior that are disruptive, we would like to try to leverage restorative approaches as much as we can, which, by the way, is also the law. And this is also very important because it does show our lawmakers that we are attempting to implement with fidelity with the laws that they've set forward. So there would be one motion based on how the board feels about these recommendations, and it's all together. We're not voting on each of these 3 bullets. It's that second bullet from slide 15. And then there would be an additional motion, which we have in our packet, which approves the contents you've seen overall. So the sections in the manual, the communication strategy, and the implementation plan. So that's the way that this next section will be structured. Trustee Woodley.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion for that related to the second bullet. The last meeting we had, I remember Dr. LaMarca was taking a lot of notes and was being very receptive. And when I saw that slide 12, everything that we discussed and that we all were able to provide feedback. So I just want to tell you thank you. Really appreciate knowing that you went back and made these changes. And I think it's wonderful, and I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
So I make a motion that the Board of Trustees approves the balanced discipline plan with recommended discretion in the use of traditional and restorative approaches related to violent, disruptive, and procedural violations.
Second.
All right, motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. Trustee Mayberry, I saw your light on. Is that an item for discussion on this motion?
I do have a clarifying question, if I may. Thank you. May we go back to that slide, the balanced discipline approach? recommend a more conservative approach when a student's behavior is violent and raises ongoing safety concerns. I want to clarify that conservative, the word conservative, because that may mean different things to different people. So can you crystallize, with perhaps an example for the public?
Sure, and I think the sub-bullet attempts to do that. So, right, so what we're saying by a more conservative approach is we would rely on exclusionary practices to make sure we have a safe learning environment, and that. But I'm not putting a time limit on that. So that could be the temporary removal. It could be the out-of-school removal of a student for some period of time. So when there's a safety concern, we do everything we can to restore safety, and that may likely mean removing kids. That's what we mean by conservative.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent point of clarification, particularly around the different context of words. So thank you, Trustee Mayberry. Trustee Church, do you have a point for this item for the motion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I'm probably going to be a no. My concern is, again, it's so vague, and we got the legislature still in session, and it's so vague that anybody can come back and go, you voted for this, and then it gets misinterpreted. I'm not comfortable with the restorative practices. Let me try and find the exact wording up there. If the student's behavior is not violent or raises ongoing safety concerns. I just think there ought to be a more conservative approach overall. I think it's too lenient. A couple other issues I wanted to bring up, but the motion was already made before I could. But I just think I'm not sure what I'm voting for there, and the legislature still being in progress, and that part about only conservative if they're violent, then I'm just not comfortable with it, so I'm going to be a no.
Okay, couple things to clarify. This is only for where the district has discretionary ability. So if there's a law, this is exactly why we're doing this at this point. If there is a law change or new legislation, we have to follow the law. That's the law. This determines in those areas that go outside of the law and where we can flex our discretion and our values, these are the areas. So it would really fall outside of the legislation. And then the other point is it's not as if student behavior that's violent, conservative approaches are only used then. That is not the case. They'll be used conjunctively for all of these other situations, but we are drawing a bright line on violence and physical safety, and the fact that we will recommend more conservative approaches in those situations. So I just want to be clear that this does not mean that traditional or conservative approaches won't be used in the other categories as well.
Can I respond real quickly?
Sure.
I think we're definitely moving in the right direction, and this is not the final end of all ends, but what you say and what I see aren't necessarily the same when I have to explain to my constituents why I did or didn't vote for that. So I'm still leaning no.
Sure. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I appreciate Trustee Church for saying that there's going to be things coming probably rather quickly down the road that could have some effects. But as a board, we have to do something. Our public is crying out that we do something, and I think this is a great step, and I trust Dr. Lamarca when he says that in the training with the restorative practices that the teachers in essence are going to feel empowered and that they know that they have other tools. And I just don't want our teachers to feel that they have to keep pushing forward with something that's obviously not working. But Dr. Lamarca has said several times, sometimes restorative practices are going to work, sometimes they're not. As long as our teachers know that they're not failures, if they've tried their hardest to make take the restorative approach and they have other options, I'm really happy, and I feel that the teachers are going to feel empowered with that.
Thank you. Vice President Nicolette, do you have discussion on this motion?
I do.
Okay.
I can have to be a no on this too, because quite frankly, might sound a little odd, but recommend a more conservative approach means absolutely nothing to me. It almost sounds political. And I have to vote no on this because I think it's just a little too squishy and it doesn't get to where I think we need to be firm and we need to be clear.
Out of curiosity, would you be interested in a friendly that changes it from a more conservative approach to a more exclusionary approach?
No, I would rather not. In answer to your question, when I look at the superintendent recommendations, the second bullet on the last PowerPoint page, that the Board of Trustees approves a balanced discipline plan with recommended discretion in the use of traditional and restorative approaches related to violent, disruptive, and procedural violations. That to me is very clear and solid. I don't like this in essence at all.
Traditional approach?
Changing to traditional?
I don't like how it's, sorry. Thank you for asking. I don't like how it's composed. So it's no.
Okay. This is more of an intent, so just so that everybody knows, these bullets are not going to necessarily pull forward to the manual. We're signaling how they're going to interpret this when we get to the discretionary portions of the manual. So I want to be clear about that. This is not carrying over verbatim. This is about providing them direction where we have the discretionary ability to do so. So I want to be really clear that I'm sure they're listening to our feedback about specific words, but really what we're voting on is the intent. I'm sure that we can move forward in future versions of the manual where we don't describe things conservatively. So it's not the word, it's really the spirit of the intent, which is what you see on the sub-bullets underneath. That is really what we're voting on. Trustee Mayberry.
Well, I was just going to ask you, Madam President, I mean, ultimately, we'll have a second bite of the apple here, right?
Of course.
This is so, that's the positive thing. That's what I would just remind my colleagues here. You know, we can wordsmith this till we're blue in the face. At the end of the day, this is coming back for final adoption, right?
Yes, that is exactly, and they need our feedback so that as they break out these sections, which are defined as violent, disruptive, and procedural, what is the direction that they're going to recommend in this manual and in the matrix? We are providing that direction now. It is not about specific words, but I'm very confident that they're hearing our concerns about words, and I'd be willing to bet that we will not see these specific words in the next version of the actual manual. All right, with that said, I see a lot of lights on, but I mean, everybody's kind of signaled how they're leaning, and we're talking about this vote. We have a motion by Trustee Woodley, and we have a seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. I see lights on, but we've already kind of signaled on this. Do we have any other questions about this motion? Because we kind of need to go to a vote.
I really do. I can be quick.
Go ahead.
I think what put me over the edge, Mr. Evans was so well spoken. He said he provided input, and I haven't seen that, and I'm just not comfortable until I really feel I've seen everything.
Well, their feedback is in this. So, for example, on slide 14, where we specifically said that in conjunction with WA leadership, we're going to have these professional learning opportunities, that is because of their involvement. All of those 100+ people churned it all through. They watched all of our meetings. They went through all of the notes. All of that is churned into this point right now. So we're not seeing a line item about WA says that they want A, B, and C. This is all built into this overall plan, which is why you see so many sections, why so many sections will be significantly changed, all of that. So anyways, just as a point of clarification. Well, we do have a motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez, and that is to adopt the directions, not the specific wording, on slide 12. And so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say nay.
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 So that's 5-2, and the motion carries. Thank you so much. Now for the next direction, this is going to be a blanket motion depending on, of course, who makes it and what we say, but What we're voting on here is agreeing all of these new sections, all of these significantly revised sections, the implementation plan as we've discussed it, all of that. We would like them to move forward with actually building it out based on the way that we've seen it, which again reflects all of the feedback that has come from all 100 plus people, organizations, and this board previously. This is all what we've covered already in this meeting. So unless there are specific suggestions, I would be open to the motion as you see on the paper here.
Again, a very quick comment. We put in a lot of input, everybody did today. That was written before. I just am not comfortable that that represents what we discussed today.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam President. Ready to make a motion. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommended contents to the 23-24 Behavior Manual, the Communication Strategy, and the Implementation Plan.
Thank you, Clerk Rodriguez.
I'll second that, and when I may, I'd like to comment too.
Go for it.
Thank you. I just wanted to pile on Dr. Lamarca's, compliment him. You know, Trustee Rodriguez and I were at the legislature last week and in a hearing on this particular topic, and you know, there's 16, 17 school districts in this state, and here's Dr. Lamarca. I mean, leading the way. It was amazing. So I remember I was looking around seeing if there was any other personnel representing other districts, and with his capacity and his skill level, and he was front and center. You know, so thank you for that. It doesn't go unnoticed at all. I appreciate it, and I love the communication plan. I love the fact that we're looking at brochures. I appreciate your suggestion of kind of even narrowing it down to grade level. I think that's fantastic, because I think the manual we have now, it almost looks like something that belongs in an airplane cockpit. I mean, it's thick, it's long, it's technical. So thank you for that effort. I'm really excited to see what the final product is. Thank you.
Thank you. And the value of today's workshop is that all that feedback that we provided, there isn't a way for them to have that in this, because that's before we've said it. It does carry it all forward, and I'm sure as this manual and the matrix goes through its next stages, and as we begin the development of the implementation plan, when we see this in September, we will further see our comments reflected in that implementation. So thank you very much. I have a motion by Clerk Rodriguez. I have a second by Trustee Mayberry. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
The motion is 6-1 and passes. Fantastic. And I think that this was incredibly well done. This is everything that we had hoped for, and I'm very, very grateful to everyone who has volunteered countless hours of their time to be heard and represented in this. So thank you so, so very much. All right, that closes out item 2.01. We're going to take a little bit of a break as we move on to item 2.02. So let's take a 5-minute break, and then let's jump back in, and then we will begin our conversation around the budget. All right, everyone. It is 11:31. We're going to go ahead and jump back into this conversation and open up item 2.02 of our workshop. This is the presentation, discussion, and public hearing on the fiscal year 2023 to 2024 tentative budget for all district funds. Consideration of possible direction to the superintendent and staff and possible action to approve the fiscal year 2023-24 final budget. This is an item for possible action. And with us, we have Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, and Jeff Bozzo, our Budget Director. So just as a little bit of a heads up to everyone, we're going to go through this presentation first. After the presentation, I'm going to procedurally call to order the public hearing on the tentative budget, which is a delineation that I have to do for the public. So on that note, we'll go ahead and pass it over to Mr. Mathers and Mr. Bozzo.
Thank you, Madam President. Happy to be here. We will try to give you a slightly reduced version of the presentation today in recognition kind of where we're at in the timeline here. So as you all know, the final budget of local governments, including school districts, need to be presented in June. Our deadline is June 8th, but we have to hold the hearing of the tentative budget by the end of May. So that's why we're here, even though the legislative session is still happening. There are still many conversations that are going on currently and that will go on through the end of the session that will affect K through 12 funding, but we have to submit a final budget. This is our board meeting to do that. We will make any changes you direct us and submit it by June 8th. So for today, we will quickly go through just kind of where we sit in terms of the Economic Forum's projection of revenues, and then we will march through kind of the steps we need to take to finalize the final budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. And those steps are first to give you updates of certain general fund estimates, which we continue to do as we get new numbers in. Then the second major step, and probably the bulk of the meeting, will be to go over the 4 areas of financial analysis you asked us to go over. Previously, we presented those in April, then we gave you an updated memo in May, and now's the time where we will look to you to start narrowing down those decisions. They would still be tentative, so we don't have to make any final decisions, but we need to start getting your direction in those 4 areas. Then we will talk and touch base again on the very high priority of compensation, and then we want to give a few minutes just to talk about what new programs may need to be funded going forward. So we'll go quickly through other funds, very quickly. You have all that information. We actually don't want to spend any time on any particular slide there unless you have questions. And then, as Madam President said, we have to conduct a hearing on the tentative budget, receive the public's input on the tentative budget, and then approve a final budget.
Mr. Mathers, can I jump in there? Because I know that the words really matter here, but we're in a very unique situation. So when we use words like tentative or final, the legislative session is still very much in process, okay? So I just want to drill down for anyone following along, or if we're like, what are we doing today? I know that there are words like tentative and final being used. We have to, because we are also beholden to law on certain dates. We fully recognize that this is hardly settled in terms of education funding. We will be talking about this again on June 13th. We will be talking about this again on June 27th, because the law also allows us to make adjustments after the close of the session as well. So I don't want anybody to be too hung up on that. Yes, these are legal words. Yes, we have to follow these things, but there is still much to come, and I want to be really, really clear about that. Thank you. Thank you for giving me that
clarification. We absolutely will come to you for an amended final budget, as Madam President said, which is due 30 days after the end of the session. So that absolutely we will be going through that process as well. So in terms of the Economic Forum, you all, I know, understand the importance of those estimates that the Economic Forum makes in December, and then they provide an update in May. They identified $100 million more per year in state general fund revenues, so a total of $201 million actually over the biennium, plus another $50 million that'll come in the current fiscal year. There was an immediate reaction. The governor has proposed uses for that funding, including charter school transportation and a number of other uses. kind of legislature responded back, and that's all yet to be worked out, how that money gets appropriated. At the same time, there are a number of bills that are alive and well and circulating through the legislature, receiving hearings. These are just a smattering of some of them that have fiscal impacts for us. Most probably important might be Senate Bill 231 that provides the salary matching program. That had a hearing last week. We will see where that goes. But all of these are incredibly important. So we will continue to watch them with the assistance of our lobbyist, and that'll come, those fiscal impacts will be estimated, identified again in June after the close of this session. So our first step in the budget preparation process, we like the metaphor of the Tetris game here. We, again, need to march through and make certain decisions, but here are the kind of the blocks of the Tetris program for our budget process that we like to think of. Critical needs, you looked at what staff had recommended and approved them in April. We'll talk about new programs today a little bit, but of course that'll depend on the strategic plan. I guess I duplicated that below too. Class sizes are very difficult right now to talk about while we kind of suffer from non-competitive wages. So that's, in our view, a future discussion. Staffing guidelines, we're taking a look at that here in two of the four areas you asked us to look at, which involve learning facilitators and the standalone principal issue. And then compensation, again, being a top priority, we'll touch on. But again, that'll depend on collective bargaining and our meetings with associations that have started in some cases and will continue through the summer and possibly early fall. And then we've talked about legislative impacts that are unknown currently. Oops. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jeff to kind of go over some tweaks to the numbers that have come in that we want to make you aware of.
Thanks, Mark. So when we left off last month in the tentative budget presentation, we had a projected surplus of $68 million, but we've had some cost changes since then. So first, we've had some, in comparison to our previous utility cost increases, some minor utility cost increases, 2.5% water rate increase and a 6% waste removal increase that's projected at the tune of about $300,000. Increased graduation costs, so that's the contract for Lawler and the production related to that event. Restoring the contingency account by $1.5 million. So earlier in the budget process, we had recommended reducing the contingency account by $1.5 million. Then after that, we got hit with a whole lot of utility increases. So we would like to recommend restoring that contingency account by the $1.5 million. That would put us at a 0.8% contingency account just for unforeseen events next year. Next, we have an increase to the superintendent's budget for various projects. That includes department assessments, staff training, strategic plan implementation, and other projects and programs that may come up. And then lastly here, $2.2 million cost increase for early childhood education positions, so 16 teachers and 16 teacher assistants. We've seen an increased volume of identification through our Child Find program for students that need early childhood services, so that would be the cost in order to make sure those roughly 180 students have a placement next year.
And I'm going to jump in there again, just as a point of clarification, so that everyone's following along. When we look at that $68 million, that's based on the governor's original budget.
Correct.
So again, we already know that there are a lot of conversations, but we have to use that as the North Star right now. So if anyone's following along, we do know that to be what was out there. We're budgeting based on that. We fully expect there to be differences, but that's how and why we're still using those numbers, because I got questions that said, well, gosh, look at all the conversation that's happening. Well, those ideas are still in flex, but we do still have the budget from the governor's office originally, and that's why we're using this number. In future conversations, when we actually know how much funding we have, that will change the conversation, but that's why we're still basing it off of that $68 million. Dr. Enfield.
Thank you, President Smith. Jeff, can you just say a little bit more about restoring the contingency account? The contingency account is for what purpose?
Yes, the contingency account is for unforeseen events. So, for example, in the current fiscal year, we had to use almost the entire contingency account for increased fuel costs for transportation, and then utility costs for electricity and natural gas. You're welcome. So with all those changes, that brings us to a projected surplus of $63.5 million. And again, that's based on the governor's recommended budget. And there's a lot of unknowns with current bills working their way through the legislature.
So just to kind of recount from the beginning of our budget conversations in January, remember we had $93 million of additional revenue. That again was based on the governor's recommended budget, but then we had a number of costs that we had to account for, like step increases, other compensation issues, and so forth. So that's how we ended up at $68 million at the top of that table, and now we're down to 63.5 if you support these recommendations. So with that, we are on to our second step in the process, and then that again is we are looking to the board to start making tentative decisions on the 4 areas you asked us to look at. Jeff and I will tag team this again between those 4 areas. Again, the idea here is to start narrowing down what the board really wants to pursue and have us continue to look at. It can take the form of a specific tentative recommendation. It could be just direction to staff to do further analysis or just provide more general direction. But keep in mind that these decisions kind of come off the top of that $63.5 million. So whatever you tentatively reserve or obligate, if you will, for any of these areas will mean that much less than for the remainder of the budget. One of the themes I do want to touch on here is that for all of these areas, there are increases to budgeted staff that could happen. And what we tried to outline back in April was that, you know, there still are challenges to fill all of our positions. So when we add positions, as much as we might want to make a big gulp and have a big impact by budgeting numerous additional positions in a specific area, our ability to actually hire, recruit, and even retain current staff, you know, we still face challenges. So one of our kind of themed recommendations is perhaps to consider phasing recommendations over time if you do want to add staff, so that, right, we can do that based on the current labor market more effectively, right? We don't over budget and have too many budgeted positions in the budget, all of which we can't fill. So let's, you know, one of our recommendations is to try to keep it as realistic as we can based on the current labor market, and then get there over time. So with that preamble, the first area that you asked us to look at was walk zones. You asked us to reduce the walk zone radius by 1/4 mile. Our estimate of costs there for the 13 additional bus drivers, plus the fuel and operating costs of those 13 additional buses that would be placed into service, was $865,000. Again, we talk here about the challenges of filling 13 additional bus drivers, especially over the summer when we tend to lose bus drivers, and we wouldn't be able to implement that until the second semester anyhow, in order to kind of reroute our bus runs and provide adequate communication to our families. The only update we had, which we provided to you as part of our superintendent highlights, was there were questions about the effect of transportation on chronic absenteeism. We provided a research report there, and then there were also questions about how our transportation department constructs the routes, whether they take into account sidewalks, infrastructure, crossing arterials, and so forth. So we provided that to you in a memo, and we also have Scott Lee, our transportation director, here if you had any questions in that area. So that concludes very quickly the updated information we have for you there. Madam President, if you want to stop at each of the analysis. No?
Nope.
Punch forward.
I was going to come to the bus.
Yeah, so here's what we're going to do, and we have to do this a bit procedurally because we actually have to open a portion of the conversation. That's actually the public hearing. We're going to go through this presentation, okay, and then I'm going to open the budget hearing. And another thing I want to make clear, that all of these analyses are really good ideas. We're not voting any of them down. It's just some of them may not carry forward based on the interest. We can absolutely vote in this meeting to adopt some of these tentatively, again, based on the money that we're getting. But I don't want any trustee who brought any of these ideas to feel we are not voting anybody down, but we can be moving some of them forward. And let's say our discussion reflects that we understand that something is a very good idea, but just not something for right now, then it just doesn't show up in future conversations. So we're not voting down anyone's ideas, okay? And we're going to go through them, and then I'll open the actual budget meeting that we have. So clarifying questions are still fine right now, but strictly based on clarifying questions. Trustee Church? Did you? Okay.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to middle school police coverage. So again, previously we presented several options to provide police coverage at our middle schools. The options are listed here. Some of the considerations that we discussed last time was a tight labor market resulting in a lack of experienced police officers to hire for these positions, and also only being able to get about 2 recruits per year that could become officers for the school district. So with that, we looked into other options, which included campus supervisors. We do have these positions in some of our high schools right now, but these positions, during the school day, will check hallways, bathrooms, and other areas to make sure students are in classrooms instead of outside doing things maybe they shouldn't be doing. And then looking at this, adding a campus supervisor to each of our middle schools would cost about $650,000. And then if we wanted to have consistency at all of our high schools and have 2 campus supervisors at each, that would be another $532,000. Chief Trevino did bring up a potential CTE program idea at the last meeting. There's would be a delay to getting that started here at the school district and developing that program. And having those future students fill in these field support staff positions. But those field support staff positions could be filled by others besides our interns or recruits until we start building up that program.
So I have 2 clarifying questions on this, and they are both for Chief Trevino, if he would be so kind as to come up. Can you clarify if the high schools all at least have 1 campus supervisor?
I cannot. The campus supervisors don't report to school police.
Then I am sorry, but I know the second question is for you, so don't go far.
I'll take that question. Not all of our high schools have 1.
Okay. So the recommendation here is all high schools having at least 2, but not all have 1.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to put a pin on that when we get to the later conversations. I wanted to clarify that. My next question for Chief Trevino is your opinion or preference on A through D still that you prefer option D?
That was the 8 positions, correct?
Yes,
with the rovers?
With the
Yes.
2 rovers.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Trustee Westlake, do you have a clarifying question on this?
I wanted to be reminded how long it's been since we've added more officers. Sorry, Chief Trevino.
It's been several years since we have added an FTE. For all intents and purposes, the FTEs have basically been pretty flat for the last umpteen years since I've been here. We have added 1 or 2 FTEs over the years, but it's been several.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk Rodriguez, I saw your light on. Come on quickly.
Yeah, I just wanted to verify, just for the public, so we're all on the same page, Chief Trevino. So every high school has a police officer, a campus officer, correct?
That is correct, sir. We have 1 police officer on each traditional high school campus.
Okay, thank you.
That's a great point of clarification. So every high school has at least 1 officer, but not all high schools have at least 1 campus supervisor. So those are as needed right now. Okay, very good. Thank you.
And just as clarification, it's not really a recommendation we're making. We just wanted to provide options to you for, given the challenges we have in recruiting for new police officers, either the campus supervisors or the field support staff positions could be used to kind of braid, and we could start adding them to middle schools, because you did talk about an increased presence at middle schools. We could add them at high schools, and then ultimately, as we're able to recruit police officers, if that's something you want to do, then we could reduce the number of campus supervisors, or pursue any number of different options related to this concept.
Can we go back to the options one more time? The A, B, C, D?
What I just was there. Oh.
Okay.
Do you have a question on that?
I just wanted to.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, the third area of analysis we were asked about were learning facilitators. Right now we have 45 learning facilitator positions that are funded by ESSER funds, and those were 2-year positions, so they fall off after the end of the current fiscal year. That would leave us with just 20 remaining learning facilitator positions. We talked about how those would be deployed, i.e. at CSI and TSI schools in that second bullet point. The request here was, and this provides you a summary of kind of the options we previously identified, to add back the 45 learning facilitators to be paid out of the general fund would require a budget obligation of $4.5 million. We talked about the challenges of that, again, that learning facilitators are certified positions, so we would have to pull, teachers out of the classroom potentially to fill those learning facilitator positions, which happened somewhat during these last 2 years and causes issues in terms of our ability to fill classrooms with certified staff. We were asked about whether the district would consider a stipend for teachers at schools, which had been used in the past, and you can see some of the cons, the disadvantages of the approach. We didn't go into it, but obviously the pro is this is something that we could do, and it's certainly less costly than the $4.5 million for 45 additional positions. But you can see here kind of what our academic staff indicated were challenges with that approach.
And next we had standalone principals. The request was to look at eliminating standalone principals and providing more support at our elementary and K through 8 schools. So just a very quick review, looking at next year, 29 of our 66 elementary schools will have an AP or dean position, so that means 37 schools will have a standalone principal. If we expand it to look at learning facilitators, then we only have 24 schools that would have a standalone principal for next year. This table here had a variety of options, creating a flex position or a fixed dean, or continuing our ESSER-funded staffing guidelines to continue some of our current dean and AP positions. And there was no update from the previous meeting on this item.
Thank you, President Smith. I just want to point out that the key word on this slide is annually. I think it's very important that we are clear in budget decisions we make that will have ongoing costs versus one time. And I think sometimes that gets lost in these discussions, and that's everything. Because we are tying ourselves, we're obligating ourselves to follow through on these in subsequent years, because as we know, even when you say this position is temporary, after 2 to 3 years, that position has become central to the life of that school, and they don't want to lose it. So we, I think, and unfortunately Mark doesn't have a crystal ball, but we just need to be very, very mindful of that as we have these discussions.
Thank you.
So both in the case of standalone principals and learning facilitators, as opposed to using general fund funding, there is an opportunity, to, at least for some schools, to consider weighted funding, at-risk and English learner weighted funds to help support and pay for either learning facilitators or other positions that are at-risk schools or schools with heavy English language learners. So that is an opportunity we have. Those weighted funds, we have started engaging with a consultant to help look at potential ideas, but that could be direction of the board in that case, is to ask us to look at that and how many of those positions could be funded through weighted funds. So you can again see here, we're asking for some narrowing down of options so that we can start to assemble a final budget. Again, it can be very tentative direction. We've kind of gone over this. Again, we want to be mindful that when we talk about expanding staff, there is a real world limitation on what we can do, and therefore a phased multi-year approach might be a better approach. Certainly from a budget standpoint, we commit less funding in year one, but then we're obligating ourselves even greater than Dr. Infield had noted, where we would step up positions over time. But that is something, a strategy we could employ.
Thank you, Mr. Mather. So again, when we get to the next portion of this conversation, a motion could look like something which includes phrasing around with a phased implementation, which again provides staff that latitude.
Yep. Our third step then in finalizing the final budget would be to have a discussion about compensation. We know that's an incredibly important priority of this board as well as others. Want to keep it top of mind for you. We put together some simple charts providing some indication of our ability to fund a cost of living adjustment, or COLA. Our available funding, again, currently, based on the governor's initial recommended budget, based on the cost increases and revenue impacts we know today, is $63.5 million. Do I hope that that increases between now and June 5th? Absolutely, but that's what we have to work with today. And then in the column to the left of that, we provide estimated cost for varying levels of a COLA from 10 to 15%. So you can see right now we can afford somewhere along the lines, if we would have committed all available funds, which we'll talk about shortly, but all available funds, somewhere around 12.5 to 13% COLA. But again, that would leave nothing for new programs, new staffing, etc. So it's just kind of, again, a quick table for you to kind of think about. No decisions here, again, have to be made for this final budget. Again, hopefully we will get good news between now and June 5th.
Mark, sorry, I thought I was going to sneeze. Okay, false alarm. There is no guarantee at this point or plan that we are aware of at the legislative level that the increased and long overdue state funding that we're about to receive will continue in the next biennium.
No, ma'am.
We need to state that out loud.
Yeah. If you ask me, kind of put on the fiscal conservative hat, which is easy for me to do, right? What is going on at the state level and with the state budget, both in terms of its own general fund and the state education fund, we did see dramatic growth of sales tax revenues and other revenues during the current biennium, so last fiscal year and this fiscal year. There's a real question about whether that's sustainable, right? Were people using their stimulus funds and other their bank accounts to buy things during the last 2 years, and when you see a dramatic jump in taxable sales, you have to think about whether there will be a reversion to the mean and whether things will normalize and whether we will see a reduction of revenues in next biennium. There's lots of talk about a recession, of course. So all those things do come into play when we think about a multi-year plan for how to fund costs, because again, we don't want to get into a position where we would have to come to you and make dramatic cuts next biennium based again on a normalization of revenues. So that's an absolutely prudent point Dr. Infield's making that we need to consider. We've already started to see some correction of revenue growth. Many local agencies now are only projecting less than 2% growth in sales taxes for next fiscal year. So, and that's, again, something I think I had noted to you either in the CIP discussions or budgetary discussions. We've seen a downturn now in taxable sales, at least in Washoe, over the last several months. So it is something to consider as we kind of plan going forward. This is just a graphic representation of, again, available funding versus what a COLA at varying levels would cost. So if we go with a 10% COLA, the first set of bars there, we would have $17 million remaining to fund other programs, other costs, and so forth. When we get into a 14 and 15% COLA, at least based on currently known revenues, we would be in a deficit situation. And that's not where we would recommend that you be, because once you hit a deficit situation, right, that compounds. And so it's not just a one-year deficit. That deficit moves forward into the following year. There's a compounding, and it gets worse until you take action to correct it, i.e. reduce costs or hope that revenues increase faster than cost increases in the future, which is not something you ever want to bank on. So with that, I'll stop.
I'll be happy to hold all my questions to the end if that's easier for you.
No, clarifying questions are absolutely fine. We cannot weigh in on what we like, what we'd like to see. Absolutely feel free to have clarifying questions right now.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Mathers, the cost of living adjustment example, the bar chart, yeah. So just a clarifying question. Hypothetically, I know we're playing with numbers that are probably a little outdated, but so if we did go, again, hypothetically, if we did go with, say, 10% COLA, then whatever is on that wish list that we discussed, that's not accounted for in here. In other words, that 17.2 would obviously shrink if we took, wish list A, wish list B. In other words, this, I guess what I'm saying, to summarize, this cost of living adjustment example does not take into account any of those wish list items, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
What in this part of the program we're saying is you have $63.5 million of available funding currently, as you know, that's currently what we know we have, if I can say no in that way, right? Based on the governor's recommended budget, and a 10% cost of living adjustment is $46 million, leaving you $17 million remaining for other programs, initiatives, staffing, et cetera. The higher the cost of living adjustment is, the less there is for other programs or staff.
I do want to clarify that that number does reflect what this board has already decided around critical needs, costs for utilities, things like that. So those things have already been taken off the board, okay? So that is already baked into this, and those are motions we have already made for next year's budget. That's already reflected, and that's not shown in this number. So these are monies that are still open to allocation, not monies that we have already committed to in previous board action. Trustee Westlake, do you have a clarifying question on this?
Well, kind of.
Be very careful that we do not weigh in on what we think or what we like. Okay.
Not doing that. Can you give us what the amount would be for all the wants? Do we know what that would be?
So that's the challenge. We do not, we have not quantified the programs or additional positions that the superintendent would recommend to implement the strategic plan. That's to come. The next section, we talk about some examples of things we've talked about and know we need to support and increase funding for. But that is somewhat of an unknown as we continue to kind of work through the strategic plan.
What about the total of the walk zones, the police?
Those we have in the analyses. That shows you the amount of money. And what they were saying is if this board signals that we would like to tentatively adopt those, that was also where the recommendation came from, to also include in the motion for a phased implementation, which would allow us the opportunity to build into these as goals. So we do have that. I will tell you that this is going to get a lot more real in our next meeting in June, and then it's going to get really real in the June 27th meeting. That doesn't mean this is not real right now, because these are decisions, but the clarity around the money is going to become more understood in our next future meetings.
So we don't even have a ballpark figure of
Well,
what
we
the
have a ballpark.
17.2
Yeah, go ahead.
If I may, thank you. So I just quickly added up the cost of the 4 areas.
Yeah, that's
and,
kind of what I was.
We would look at at the most for those options, we would be looking at about $12.8 million. Thank you. You're welcome.
Okay, then our last area, kind of segueing into that, would be new initiatives. This is a draft of our strategic plan pillars. This may change, but you can see each of those areas with safety and connection kind of being that beam underneath. So again, we need to consider what comes out of the strategic planning process. Where should our priorities be? Some examples of where that could be would be early childhood. Jeff mentioned in the special education area, we've seen a far greater number of children with needs, and we've got to legally fund those slots, and we are doing that in this final budget. But then there are general ed, our early childhood needs as well, and we don't get funded for that, so that would have to come out of our general fund. One of the topics that has come up kind of internally more than, say, at this dais has been the fact that the school district charges class fees, and that has a disproportionate effect, right, on some of our populations. And so I've quantified there the total amount of fees that we collect, not extracurricular fees. These are actual classroom fees. And so if we wanted to make inroads into, from an equity standpoint, moving away from charging classroom fees, those are the dollar amounts. And then there are just various other initiatives that you've talked about or that have come up. And all of those areas need additional positions and supports, and they have costs. And kind of, I guess how I look at it is, if we only utilized our funding for cost of living adjustments, which again is I think our top priority, but if we only used it for cost of living, our staff would feel better, right, in that they would have a more competitive salary and would be able to kind of manage around what we see in terms of inflation, but the system itself would be no better. And so all the frustrations and weaknesses that we have in our current systems and programs would continue to exist, and that would be difficult to get through, right? So we'd be paid more, but we wouldn't have made any fundamental changes in how we operate, or at least we wouldn't have additional dollars to do that. And so just an important consideration, I think, for this board as, again, we march through the budget process. So we have some slides here that summarize the final budget. I think you're aware of all of them. We've talked about the fact that the current resources that we've identified already counts for the critical needs requests that you approved funding for back in April. Certainly we have time, but not much time, basically one more month to kind of finalize certain decisions, and that would be in June. The next slide provides kind of a summary of, again, resources and expenditures for the general fund based, again, on the governor's recommended budget. And we've kind of noted some of the, again, increased costs that we've already talked about today that are now incorporated into this final budget. And then the next sections kind of go into fund balance, and I'm taking up Jeff's airtime, so if Jeff has other points he'd like to make about the final budget, I'll turn it over to him.
Thanks, Mark. I don't have any more on the general fund unless there's any questions. And I think, as Mark stated earlier, we'll skip over other funds unless there's any specific area you have questions on, and then we can. Doesn't look like there's any questions there, so that would put us at our final step, which is conducting a hearing on the tentative budget and then look for approval on the final budget. Before we start that hearing, I would like to note that the Department of Taxation reviewed our FY24 tentative budget, and it was in compliance with all appropriate laws and regulations. So with that, President Smith, I'll hand it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bazzo. So here's how this works when it's a budget conversation. Do you have a clarifying question on this? Because then I'm going to open the public hearing. Maybe not. I know those are very big words. So thank you so much for that presentation. We are going to continue to have this conversation, but for now, we need to procedurally move on to the formal opening of the public hearing on the tentative budget. And at this point, we welcome public comment based on this.
I have no cards.
Sure, of course you can. Yes. I'm also looking at other people that I know are specifically here to comment. But yes, absolutely, Ms. Hall, no worries. No, we need to keep going. You can just come on up, Ms. Hall. We can fill out the paperwork later, no worries. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. So I'm just going to address a couple things that might seem like I'm kind of all over the place, but you know, I'm hearing the comment about the challenge to retain good teachers. And when I attended the town hall at Sepulveda Middle School last week, there was a middle school teacher, a music teacher there, and she's close to retiring, and she said that she was representing many teachers who felt timid coming to a town hall meeting and expressing their view. And because she was positioned to retire in less than 3 months, she felt confident that she could do this and not receive any negative repercussions. But she is a person who has communicated questions to her principal, and she said that she felt persecuted from her principal due to being a person with a dissenting voice. So that might be part, and I'm going to get to the other thing that she said, but that might be part of the reason why, you know, teachers are feeling, are leaving, because they don't feel that they are safe to question the way things are going with restorative justice practices or other things, school safety, etc. Her other point was that when kids have disciplinary issues and they're sent, the teachers are tentative about sending them down to the principal's office because many times they're given a toy, a reward, a coloring book or something to keep them calm, right? So then the kids figure out, oh, well, if I act up, I get a reward. And so that process wasn't really being helpful for the teachers. And then the teachers also feel kind of silenced, right? Because if they push on these things, they're afraid they won't get a good referral if they do decide to leave the school and look elsewhere for another job. So she was saying she didn't feel that the principals many times were supportive of the staff, that the principals wanted to turn around and give a really positive, glowing report to their area superintendent with, you know, we don't have a lot of problems, everything is going great, because these principals want to be looked upon with, you know, with good marks if they want to change schools and get promoted and so on. And I had a thought quickly, maybe it should be the vice principals and principals that ride these buses where the middle school warfare takes place. Because if you put them on the bus, that might squelch some of it, and then they would kind of see what's going on there. Okay, that's all I can fit in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Freeman Holbrook.
Hi, Mr. Holbrook.
Hi, everybody. Oh, it was already on for me. Hi, Freeman Holbrook for the record. I'm the principal at McQueen High School, and then I'm the president of the Washoe School Principals Association. And I just wanted to speak to one component that was brought up, and that's the standalone principals. And I know, you know, I saw the numbers up there, and I'm also a parent in Washoe County, and I want my kids to have two things, and I want them to have the best teachers and the best educators in every building, and I want them to feel supported, and I want them to feel safe. And in elementary schools where we have one administrator to manage that building and become the instructional lead, it's virtually impossible. And these individuals, I'm sorry they're not here, they're standalone principals, so they're not here today. They can't leave the building, they can't be sick, and some of those things. And so I ask you to really look into that. The things that we do as far as LEA meetings and do evaluations and manage the facilities and handle the building is all second to being an instructional lead. And those are the things that those people cannot do in those buildings. And those particular, right now it sounds like 39 schools are not receiving the education that they can. And so looking at getting those individuals some help in that building in whatever way, whatever capacity they can, so that they can keep those students safe, keep up with emergency operations, keep up with the behavior plans and all the things that they have to do on a daily basis. So I urge you to really look at that and create a better environment for them. Right now, I know it's our approach as administrators to support staff so that they can support students. And I tell them all the time, I don't have a student that says my favorite principal was. It's my favorite teacher. It's always my favorite teacher. And so we're there to support them, but it's very difficult when we don't have the tools to do that. And I know the budget component is difficult, but we're here to help with ideas, and I just really ask you to pay close attention and not look past that. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Holbrook.
Cliff Nellis.
Hi, Mr. Nellis. Welcome back.
Okay, this is on. Okay. If somebody gave me Mrs. Enfield's job, probably the first thing I would do as a businessman. I was 43 years as a milk delivery business in the Reno area, and I would probably fire half of the administration. And then I give the teachers all maybe a 20% raise. I operated my business, and I paid the drivers about 30 to 35% of my gross income. So now, okay, you're getting about $13,000 a student times what, 40 students, or maybe is it 30? Let's run on that number 30. 30, that's $390,000 per year, and the teacher gets what, 75 with benefits, something like that? So there's something out of whack here, and there's just too much money. The person actually, the reason I paid my drivers so well is because they were the one actually doing the work. The teacher is the one actually doing the work. So the rest of it's infrastructure. I know you got expensive buildings, you got buses, you got to be driving around, and yeah, there's a lot of extra expenses. But, you know, I could offer my services to you guys, and I wouldn't charge you that much, how to make this thing operate a little more efficiently. But, yeah, and as far as this guy here, I don't know his name but his job, but he's right. We're probably going to face some really serious economic situation here. I would plan for at least a 10% reduction in income, you know, this coming year. It could be more like 25% because we could be facing a major recession, right? But that's just some ideas. See, I had some other stuff I was going to say. What was that? Well, I'll save it for the last. I have some really special stuff for you guys at the very end. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Nellis.
That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, so that closes the public hearing on the tentative budget. So now we're going to bring it back to the dais. Before we all start putting on some lights, and I'm also going to have like a quick touch on what it is we're going to be doing right now. Mr. Mathers, can you just briefly touch on the economic forum that happened in the state? Again, I know that this is the 30,000-foot view, but was it positive? Did people feel more comfortable? What was the outcome of that?
Well, it was kind of interesting. There were lots of from the Economic Forum about the risks to the economy, and yet ultimately they revised the forecast of general fund revenues up ever so slightly. I mean, it's a multi-billion-dollar budget, and so an increase of $100 million per year in revenue isn't statistically even significant, right? But that's what they did. They rely on estimates of the executive and legislative branch staffs to do that, and really what we've seen is just continued growth of revenues, but mainly in southern Nevada. And so they used that and kind of predicated their estimates based on what is happening right now in Southern Nevada more than anything, because again, Southern Nevada is roughly 2/3 of the state economy at least. So it was a little bit of a disconnect in that you heard greater concerns about the course of the economy, and yet we saw a slight increase in state general fund revenue estimates.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to bring this back to the dais. So here again, here's where we're at. We have, of course, the motion in front of us, but what we really need to start tackling are these analyses. We do not have to decide everything right now, but we need to start prioritizing the things that we feel that we have consensus on. So again, these would be or could be made as tentative motions. So I tentatively move that we have ice cream machines in all the schools, things like that, with a phased implementation. We can also have discussion on some of these items. I'll use one, or iced tea. So some of these have multiple options, and the police one, the school safety is one. We may galvanize around one of these components, and then we may say, let's bring back this conversation to that June 13th meeting, to the June 27th meeting, and then we can see where these other items fit in the sense of the larger picture. But we do need to start organizing around what of these things we do want to move forward. And again, we can pull forward. There may be an idea where we all say this was a great idea, good analysis, but this is not something we're interested in. We do not vote it down. These were all great ideas, but by our discussion, it may not carry forward. So does that make sense about what it is we're doing? So again, using the police as an example, we don't have to decide everything, all of those positions. We can choose one or some and then carry forward the others once we have a better idea of money. But we do need to start making some of these decisions here and now. I see lots of lights. Okay, so here's how I'm going to, if there are any comments about the general budget, let's have those comments now about generally about the budget or generally about this process, because then we're going to start to go through the work of having these conversations on each of these analyses, okay? So Trustee Mayberry, do you have some comments or some positions generally on the budget before we dive into making decisions or having discussion on the analyses?
No.
Okay. Clerk Rodriguez.
I do.
Go for it.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to kind of clarify, I know Dr. Info and I kind of touched about this a little bit on our one-on-one, but what are we looking at as far as our rainy day fund? Like, what are we looking at setting aside? Because I remember when I was first appointed, I felt like it was a pretty high number. So where are we looking at projecting or this go around?
Yeah, great question. We ended last fiscal year ending June 30th of 2022, based on actuals at just less than 12% of fund balance, a little bit more than $60 million. This chart here provides a forecast of where we would end up. So again, we used some of our fund balance this year to pay for bonuses to teachers. We also had carryover encumbrances or purchase orders we need to fund. So the current budget actually assumes a decrease in fund balance of $5 million. Then we also have a greater denominator. We have greater expenditures, so that will, just the math of it will work so that our fund balance will go down just because of that, even if our total fund balance stayed the same, total dollar amount stayed the same. So anyhow, long and the short of it is we expect a fund balance, if we have a balanced budget, in the next fiscal year of 9.2%. Okay? Our board policy is 10 to 12%, so we'd be below board policy. I would tell you, so another data point to consider is when your fund balance is at 4%, you are in fiscal emergency territory, and the board and the state can take a number of actions, including basically placing you in conservatorship and seizing operations, which they've done historically once or twice. So 4% is the absolute minimum you'd ever want to be to. I would recommend a minimum fund balance of 8%. That represents 1 month of operating expenditures. So if the governor vetoed the proposed state budget, which he's talked about doing, and we get into July, there's really no good answers about what happens. But let's say there's not authority for the state to send us its normal monthly state education fund amount to us of $40 million. Those are the kind of reasons we need an 8% fund balance. Again, 1 month's expenditures, so we could write out 1 month of not getting any funding from the state, and that's it. So 8% would be the recommended minimum for this district, given kind of the various situations we talked about, including a recession scenario. I know there's an education stabilization account to help us, but we can only access it, at least based on current law, if our revenues fall more than 3%. So if they fall 2%, we're on our own. And 2% is a lot of money. So for all those reasons, 8% would be my recommendation.
Okay, and excluding political theater, the 8%, would that include the projected funds that we're looking at getting?
Yeah, that 9% basically assumes that you would adopt ultimately in June a balanced budget. So revenues equal expenditures. So we basically, in terms of actual money in the bank, just tread water. Where we expect to be June 30th, 23, we'd expect to be in June 30th, 2024.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Trustee Mayberry, do you want to lead us off by choosing one of the analyses, or do you want to continue the general discussion?
Well, just one, Madam President, just a quick follow-up with Trustee Rodriguez. What does Clark have in terms of their ending fund balance, Clark County School? Do you know?
They are higher than us in total, but much of their funding is restricted. So on an unrestricted basis, they're below us. On a total basis, they're higher than us. And that's, again, based on how they're structured. They have to, some of their fund balance is restricted and set aside to individual schools, and it's the school's money to spend. But in total, they're higher, but on an unrestricted basis, we're lower. I had provided some analysis to you a number of months ago that showed Washoe what had the lowest percentage fund balance of all districts 2 years ago. Now we're second to last in terms of fund balance. I don't think 8, 10, 12% is bad. I don't want to convey that. It's just we're lower than virtually every other school district in the state.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, so we've seen these analyses several times now. So we're going to start drilling down on what we want to move on now, what we may want to wait until we have a better idea of the money. But what I would request of my colleagues is less about the conversations we've had before, and let's start talking about and building consensus around what things we want to signal for tentatively now. So with that said, and again, and this may also be, look, I brought up this analysis, I understand it doesn't fit, and it just stays where it is and it doesn't carry forward. We're not voting anybody's ideas. Now, it doesn't mean you cannot vote against something, but it just means that we're not necessarily establishing the merits and voting everybody's ideas up or down. So on that note, let's pick one of these analyses and start this conversation, okay? Vice President Nicolette, I saw your light on first. Which one would you like to start with? Or go ahead, Trustee Westlake.
I wanted to get it in before we move forward with that because it just popped into my head. I've heard from some of the administrators, the schools that I've visited with, that they would like if they would have, say, a bigger budget for their school, and then they could decide if an assistant principal would fit them best, or a learning facilitator would fit them best, or some other something for that school. Is that a possibility?
Let's start there. That is the elimination of standalone principals. So by default, you have opened up the conversation on that one. Okay. So we'll go ahead and we'll start there, since Trustee Westlake brought that up. I am going to be direct about this. I'm going to advocate that we take a tentative position on this today. So option A that we see on slide 20 does exactly what you're talking about, Trustee Westlake. This is also the option that I prefer, and this creates flex allocation. So rather than saying each school has a dean or each school has a this creates the flex allocation that the principal would work in partnership with district administration to decide on the role that fits best for them. It's not that they necessarily get the budget, but they will have that conversation about which role fits best for them, whether that's in assistant principal or a dean or a learning facilitator. So exactly what you're talking about is what's reflected in option A. I cannot contemplate a scenario where we feel we're supporting students, teachers, and our community with just a single standalone principal. This is literally impossible. We just spent 2.5 hours talking about principals having to start and stand up new progressive discipline committees, assessments, teaching their staff, growing their staff, cultivating their school communities. It is literally impossible. So for me, this is something that I feel very passionately about. I'd like to hear from my colleagues, but will signal that I plan on making a motion for, tentative adoption for option A, because I think that that's the one that fits the best. But I'm very curious to hear about my colleagues' thoughts. Trustee Mayberry.
Do you want to go? Sure.
Oh, yes. Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. Standalone principals is a perfect place to begin, and I'm with you, President. I would add to that the flex allocations, that it should be a phase-in process, because I do worry about creating 24 new positions, pulling them from classrooms, and so I think this needs to be very strategic. Our associate chiefs, along with executive leadership, can identify how to strategically manage this. And so I would concur and say option A for standalone principals with a phase-in process to be decided by the experts.
Sorry, excuse me. Thank you, President Smith. I just want to add one very real reality that I know Freeman will join me in, is there's also the responsibility of staff evaluations. And for one building principal alone to have to meaningfully evaluate an entire building, it's not doable. I'm going to say it is not doable. And to the degree that they get it done, I know they're not doing it to the level that they'd like to, because it's just not possible. So there is a very practical component here that I think I just feel strongly about weighing in support of the direction that you're heading in this conversation.
May I? I would add to that, absolutely concur. It can be done, but can it be done well? Absolutely. And to that, the way we have set up our system is that they would have to be an assistant principal, and that brings another level of cost and sustainability. And so that, to me, is a totally different discussion. But yes, and again, pulling 24 teachers out of classrooms, I think that it has to be a slow phase-in process.
All right, Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam
I'm really
President.
going to you this time.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't want to be redundant. I agree with wholeheartedly with what the President, Vice President said. I mean, we need, our principals need help. They need resources. I know of at least one principal who took a voluntary demotion because they just can't do it themselves anymore as a principal. I mean, I've had lengthy conversations. But two, I'm very cognizant of not taking, teachers out of the classroom either. So I could certainly support option A. Can we talk about compensation too? Can I bring that up, or are we still?
Sure.
Well, but the other thing I wanted to talk about too, is important to me, is that compensation piece. I know this is on the minds of a lot of you as well, and I know this is a tentative budget, so I don't want to get too deep in the weeds. I believe there's a lot more out there. I really do. I mean, if I look at this 13% COLA increase is about where we are before we break the budget. Fair enough? I mean, so tentatively speaking, this is a defining moment for this district. It truly is. I would hope that we could go as high as we could in terms of any cost of living increase for our staff. And so, the best way we're going to achieve positive student outcomes is to keep our teachers, retain them, ensure that they come back, over the long term, reduce class sizes. So that's just a very high level perspective where I stand on these items.
Thank you. Clerk Rodriguez, followed by Trustee Westlake, and then I'll probably bring us to a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. And I kind of want to touch back on more of the questions in clarifying budget. So if we do look at, as a board, if we want to look at going to that 8% number as far as our in the fund balance or our rainy day fund, so going from 9.2 to 8%, how much more funding would that give us to do like the daily operations? Like,
Roughly $5 million.
you think that'd be a lot?
Nothing's a lot anymore.
Okay, thank you for that, and yeah, it is what it. It is what it is, but I have to say I'm there with Trustee Mayberry. I know our staff's hurting. I know everyone's hurting, and we have some hard decisions ahead of us. But I mean, WC1, I love it. We could build schools, but we're hitting that barrier. How do we want to staff them? How do we want to get buses there? So it's almost like a chicken egg type of thing, but I do think COLAs should be one of our top priorities. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake.
So the 24 new certified in this next budget, that wouldn't be all the schools that need it. It would be then phasing in 22 more the next year. I don't like the idea of taking any teachers without replacing them, to be honest with you, but I think that the phasing in that way and allowing the schools to decide, I'm looking at everything from a safety kind of lens, because I mean, we've said it today numerous times that if we don't get safety at the top most, we're not going to have a good school experience for our teachers, our students, our families, our admin. So the other thing, yeah, increasing the wage is important, but also listening, oh, she left, from Nichelle, Miss Nichelle, I can't think of her last name, that these teachers, some of them aren't feeling supported enough. So just having a standalone principal, I don't know how they can be supportive to their entire staff. They're doing other things. I mean, a teacher might come in and what do they get, 5 minutes? So I think we need to look at safety and support and safety, I think, are two big components. We should look at that as far as retaining teachers and maybe attracting more teachers, and then trying to also increase their wage as much as possible.
Thank you, Trustee
Thank you.
Westlake. And you know what? We'll do the school police and safety one next. We'll go to that analysis next. So with that said, I'm going to make this motion because I brought this analysis forward. So the motion is that the Board of Trustees tentatively approves option A of the standalone principal analysis with a phased implementation.
I second.
So motion by President Smith, seconded by Trustee Westlake. Is there any discussion on this item? Clerk Rodriguez.
I do have a question. So, Ms. Mathers, if you can, so with option A, what would be the ongoing costs every year of option A?
Ultimately, it would be the 3.7 million you see in the total budget commitment column. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And clarification, we're funding, so I'm really confused. We're funding potentially deans or assistant principals. We're not taking teachers out.
Or learning facilitators. So in option A, the principal really says, this is what I need at my school. And quite a few of the principals I've talked to want learning facilitators.
But that's because we're giving additional funding, not because we're taking the funding for teachers away.
Correct. So we would fill those roles. And let me also explain why I feel a tentative approval is important today, because we need to start signaling as we begin the phased process that these positions are going to become available, and then district staff has to start building that phased plan toward it, because we don't want to just pull all these teachers out of classrooms. We need a phased plan for which schools, rehiring for those roles, and that's where the phased implementation comes in. So it's not like we vote for this, and all of a sudden 24 teachers go poof out of a classroom. That's where the phased implementation comes in, because again, we have to make sure that our children are in front of high quality instructors.
Thank you, President. I am all about creating leadership pathways for our staff. I do want it noted, though, that these positions don't necessarily have to be teachers. We can recruit from outside the district to fill these. And so I just wanted to make it clear to the trustees that should we end up going in this direction, we will be actively recruiting internally and externally to minimize the impact on teaching staff from our own system.
Very good. All right, the motion is on the floor from myself and Trustee Westlake. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, the motion carries. Thank you so much. And I know that the principals will feel that way too. So thank you. All right, as promised, let's move over to our school police analysis. There's some nuance here, team. And remember, we don't have to approve everything we want. We could galvanize around one of these ideas, and we can carry forward these other line items and values for a future meeting when we have a better idea. But if there is something we have consensus around, let's go ahead and make that, because we have to start signaling where we'd like to focus. The first light I saw was Trustee Woodley.
Ah, yes, good. I'd like to tentatively make a motion for this board to adopt option D, which, for the record, just to remind everyone, that was the recommendation of the chief as well.
I second.
All right, I have a motion and a second, but Clerk Rodriguez, I saw your light on, so I want to make sure that you have that opportunity.
Thank you, Madam President. And just for discussion on this motion, I guess, I don't know if I can make I thought it's legal here to make a motion for a friendly, for option D. Is the chief? Correct. Oh, there he is. For option D, I see options, if we go to the slide, awesome. So our options B through D, I see 8 additional officers' positions for middle school coverage, plus a sergeant and dispatcher. As I look in option D, I guess I'm not seeing how that would work. And I know I just sent Chief an email and CC the President and Susan for, Dr. Danfield, for the org chart. But I guess I would wonder, would a lieutenant possibly be a better rank to have as opposed to an additional sergeant?
That's a great question, and we actually do have that job still on the books. We haven't had a lieutenant for a long, long time. So that is actually an option that the deputy chief and I discussed as well, and potentially could be very beneficial to not do this sergeant position, to bring back the lieutenant's position. And then the current admin sergeant, the lieutenant would potentially take over those administrative type of duties. Obviously, lieutenant's a higher step above the sergeant, so the pay grade would be a little bit different. But yeah, that's a fantastic question and idea. We would fully support that as well.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking that span of control aspect. You know, I mean, if you already have 4 sergeants at a 5th and no LT.
Correct.
So I mean, if I don't know, that's something we could look to make it friendly.
Absolutely. So we have a motion from Trustee Woodley. Would you? Oh.
Go ahead.
Okay. Would you be open to a friendly that amends option D to include 8 additional police officer positions plus 1 lieutenant and 1 dispatcher?
Absolutely.
Trustee Westlake, are you open to that as the second?
Absolutely.
All right, very good. So the motion as it stands right now is to adopt option B of the middle school police analysis. D, yes, D. D as in David, which authorizes 8 additional police officer positions, 1 lieutenant and 1 dispatcher. So everybody is clear on that. Trustee Mayberry and then Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. Option D, 8 police officers. I mean, when I read the presentation, it sounds like it's going to be extremely difficult to get those positions. So, I mean, can you elaborate on that?
You're absolutely correct. Like I said, we kind of had this discussion, I think, a couple times. If you told me today, Jason, you can have 8 more police officers, I'd say fantastic. Good luck getting them today. But just having the FTEs approved gives us something to work towards. So the good thing is, I think, as you guys have discussed a lot today with the legislature and potential increases in funding and potential increases for salaries and those types of things, that could be a monumental swing for us to get lateral hires back. So if we were able to be more competitive on the pay scale, we would be able to attract lateral candidates again, in my opinion, a lot more than we currently are. That's by and large the biggest barrier we've had over the last 2 or 3 years is the pay scale. We've actually gotten several laterals all the way to the finish line in the hiring process through all the testing and everything, and then when they see that actual number that we're able to get them from HR as a lateral, they just can't make the commitment. So if this were approved, the 8, in conjunction with potentially an increase in salary, I think we'd have a lot better shot at getting it staffed sooner rather than later. The academy is a hurdle because it's about 6 month long process, and getting people into the academy is hard. So that's why we've always preferred to have the laterals. The other problem with that is once we hire an academy recruit and we start them down that pathway, if I get an amazing lateral that comes along and says, hey, I want to work for you, I don't have an FTE for them anymore because that recruit that's sitting in the academy for the next 6 months is taking up that spot. So yes, it's going to be potentially hard to fill the 8 based on what we have today. With some potential changes to the salary impact out of the legislative session and whatever COLAs we get, I think we could see an increase in our ability to attract lateral candidates.
And maybe I'm overthinking it, but I mean, this item doesn't talk about increasing salaries. It just talks about 8 new positions.
No, it does. It just sets the intention. And by the way, after we hear from Vice President Nicolette, I'm going to also suggest that we bookend the tentative and then for the phased implementation.
Well, and that was my next question. I mean, I would be far more comfortable, implementing 2 a year. I just don't think we're going to get 8 cops in a year, and we're going to have these spots open. I mean, what am I missing here?
Yes, with the bookending of the tentative approval of the phased implementation, it accomplishes that and allows us to build into that as our intention.
Okay.
Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. I think the phase-in is extremely important, and I hope our police force truly believes that they make a difference. I know that. I've seen it. We know several things that we need to work on: attendance, and I know our police officers do that, and I think we can and should do more. We know the relationship building with strong, caring adults who have authority is extremely important, and we know that having a safe, fun, and educational environments is extremely important. And having said that, I know that we need more people in our schools, and I really liked the idea of the resource component, so that you have resource, what did we call them, Chief?
The field support staff?
Field support staff, thank you. Having them in our schools, and I will say intentionally wandering around and creating relationships and looking at bathrooms and looking at hallways is extremely important. So I wonder how we're going to utilize this workforce. Having said that, I think if we can hone in on the phase-in, and to that I have a question for CFO Mathers. So if we do a phase-in, and again, the experts, Chief and his team and leadership figure out what that looks like, do we then hold those money in abeyance in the fund and then can release them if we need them? How does that look?
Yeah, there's different ways to do it. We might initially budget kind of a realistic but somewhat to the high end number. Say if it's 3, budget this year 3 police officers with probably the more realistic expectation we could only hire 2, but if we get a third, we could hire that third that way, or 4. We could start budgeting at 4 and then budget the additional 4 the following year. And then any salary savings again can, goes back to the general fund balance.
Thank you, President. I just have a clarification on the phase-in term that we're using now, because I'm hearing it in 2 different purposes. from a budget standpoint that we would phase in to spread the dollars out over 1 or 2 years, but also from a not pulling teachers out of the classroom and creating a deficit there. Am I hearing that correctly?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the things, setting the budget phase in aside, that's a strategic conversation we'll all have moving forward. I like to go big, so I would, when it comes to the phase in around the staff piece, not the budget piece, I want to make this distinction. I'd like to think that with the changes that we're making, the adoption of the strategic plan, you'll be considering a motion today around day one benefits. There's a lot of things that we're doing, and we're going to put a very intentional eye to recruitment. So I would offer perhaps for consideration that on the phase-in with the impact of staff in classrooms, that it be as or if needed. May not be needed. We may be able to recruit for those building level positions without impact. Am I making sense? I don't want us to I don't want to lock us into a phase-in if we don't need to have the phase-in, but separate from the budget phase-in. Am I making sense? I've got cold brain, so I'm making sense to me, but I don't know if I'm making sense.
You are. So so to be clear, in my first motion and in this one, a phased implementation simply means that we understand that it may take some time to actually get there. And the expectation is not that we're going to make 8 officers appear on Monday. We understand that there will be time. So rather than pushing everyone that you have to go find these 8 officers, we recognize that there will be some time in order to actually accomplish that. So really quick, so what I'm hearing and what I'm going to recommend is a friendly that we adjust the motion, that it is for tentative approval to adopt option D for the school police analysis with a phased implementation, which is 8 police officers, 1 lieutenant, and 1 dispatcher. Are you okay with that, friendly,
Yes,
Trustee
ma'am.
Woodley? Are you okay with that, friendly, Trustee Westlake?
I wanted to maybe throw another little friendly wrench into it.
Well, first, are you okay with that, friendly, making sure that we add that language in about it being a phased implementation?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
then you're good with that. We're going to talk more about this item because there's more line items here. This is just the vote for option D, but we're going to talk more about this, okay? All right, so with that said, all those in favor of the motion as I just recounted it?
Well, I've been waiting patiently, a lot of discussion.
Okay, I didn't see your light on.
I just kept turning it off.
Okay, well, that's why I didn't call on you. No, I was looking at it. The light definitely was not on, but go for it.
It echoes too much when there's too many on. I just kept turning it on and off. I'm probably a no because, and I think I don't want to put words in the mouth, but I'm back going on what Trustee Mayberry said as well as Dr. Nicolette. Cops are a lot of money, and there's not only the costs of the cops, the law enforcement officers, but now we're talking more pay to get laterals. The PERS money is much more. We haven't talked about that. The money you pay for a police officer in PERS. There's also something that was never been brought up called heart-lung. The medical costs of the peace officers are much higher. We want more bus drivers, we want more teachers, we want more cops, but I'm definitely leaning towards no, because I want more campus supervisors, which we also call field support staff, hallway monitors. I think the money is much better spent there. So we've got a finite budget. We want all these things, but in my opinion, we really need to look at the campus. We can't just have it all. And so I think we need to look at the campus supervisor as part of this discussion. Thank you.
Well, we can't. So again, before we're getting off track for this, we are absolutely going to talk about the campus supervisors. And remember, we can say, look, we like something. Let's carry it forward to the next meeting when we know. We are not saying no to these other things. We are only saying yes to this, which signals to staff the types of mechanisms we need them to start moving towards. We are also going to talk about those other items,
But
even
Madam-
if we don't decide on them today. But this motion is here and now.
I understand, but there's only so much money. So when we vote for one before we talk about the other, we're kind of, you know what I'm saying? Without going into detail,
It's not final.
There's only so much money.
Yes, and if your vote is no and you don't want to spend the money on this, then I fully encourage you to vote no. So we're going to need to take this to a vote. We've had an extensive amount of conversation on this. So all those in favor of the motion, as it was previously stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
Motion carries 6-1. So now let's talk about some of these options. I'll tell you that I am very interested in learning more about the field support staff positions, the campus supervisors. I like the idea of campus supervisors, particularly in our middle schools. I will say right now that this is all of these discussions I would like to see at a future meeting, and we don't have to make a vote on that, okay? This is just our conversation. It'll come forward. I am very interested in some of these other programmatic changes, and now the chief may listen to this and say, when we come back in June, we have another idea to show you. So what we're doing right now in our conversation is signaling other options, because now we see that the CTE program is on here. So I am very interested in these other line items. I don't think I'm ready to vote on any of them right now, but I would very much like to see these items come forward once we have a better idea of the money. Any other thoughts on that? Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. I do have a clarification. I too like the idea of campus supervisors. Are they under your purview, Chief?
Yeah, that was the same thing that I wanted to clarify as well. So the campus supervisor position does not report to school police. The campus supervisor is a school-based position that reports to the principal there. The field support staff position that we discussed is a school police, or would be a school police position, and that position would not be doing the same thing a campus supervisor does. The field support staff would be a position that would be basically assisting our sworn law enforcement officers to take some of the workload off of them for things that don't require a sworn officer. For instance, a cold graffiti call where we just need to go out and take pictures of damage, or, a fence that gets run over by a DUI driver on the weekend at one of our schools. Things like that, we're currently sending police officers out, and it's time consuming. So those would be jobs that a field support staff person could do that would then free up our sworn police officer to handle police calls. So two different things.
And so still in this process for the June meetings, the chief could come back with recommendations around this for us to consider. And we don't have to approve everything in this fiscal year. If we do bring on new police officers, there may be a need in the next year. So this is kind of a layering thing. But I would very much like to continue these conversations in future budget meetings, because I'm very attracted to some of these ideas, particularly around the campus supervisors in the middle schools. All right, very good. I don't see any other lights, so
I have a question.
Go ahead, Trustee Church.
You were first.
So I'm just confused. I've been here 2 years, but it's still very confusing when we go through here. Can we have a motion? Can I make a motion to direct staff to tentatively look at adding campus supervisors to each school at a cost of $646,000?
Absolutely, you can make a motion if you want to make that decision right now.
Okay, because again, we did it with the cops.
No, you can absolutely do that.
Okay.
Make the motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we direct staff to tentatively look at budgeting campus supervisors at each of our 17 middle schools at a cost, at our schools as directed by the superintendent, let her make the decision of where they go, at a cost of $646,000. My intent is that not to let the superintendent direct where she wants those individuals to go.
Okay, so the motion would be 17 campus supervisors, which may not be at the middle schools, but could be at any schools. Okay, for a cost of $646,000.
I can second that.
Okay, so motion by Trustee Church, seconded by Vice President Nicolette. Is there any discussion on this? Trustee Woodley.
Yes, I don't like the idea of something competing against something else, and I'm just going to this is my own personal opinion. Since I've been here, even before I got here, it's been a very loud point of view from our citizenry, from our parents, from our teachers, related to school safety. This day and age that we're living in, all kind of incidences are occurring, and I just pray to God that we never have to find ourselves in any type of situation even similar, God forbid. I don't want to vote for something that I think may conflict with or compete with the ability to actually get up to 8 police officers for all our schools. We have a pot of money that we know of. We know how much it costs for public safety. This is not something that we're going to get an opportunity for every other year. I think this is a one-time thing. As the chief stated before, it's been years since they've acquired new police officers. I think we need to take advantage of this opportunity, of this pot of resources that we have, and go big and acquire these 8 positions for our school district. And I just can't vote for something that I think will conflict with that or that will be in challenge with it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Woodley. Trustee Mayberry, I'm going to go to you next, but I'm going to jump in here. So I am very attracted to this in general. I may very well vote for this in the future unless it's adopted right now. I'm going to be a no at this juncture because we just committed a good amount of money towards this with intent. I am very, very interested in this role, but for me, I now need to see phase 2 of where the money lies. And then I will have a better idea of where this Tetris piece fits. So my vote will be a no, but it is not against this. I hope we get to have this conversation again if it doesn't actually pass. I just need to see where the money actually shakes out following the investment that we just made for the, $1.5 million on that. That was my vote yes for this. Anything else that I would do, I need to see where the money shakes out. So that's my 2 cents. Trustee Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the motion, I do, and the passion, but I'm the same. I just don't really know enough about it yet. I'm not ready to vote for this either. We've committed a lot of money so far. For me, I want to ensure that we have enough money to compensate our staff thoroughly. So I'll be a no on this as well.
Thank you, President Smith. I can see where Trustee Church is going. It's more presence, but I really do appreciate Trustee Woodley's insight. We have to do something to bolster our school police. We just have to. I mean, the public is screaming for it. The incidents are saying we definitely need to do something here. I would like to see maybe instead of the 2 rovers, so we're looking at the 6 officers, 1 a lieutenant, 1 a dispatcher, and then 4 officers, or I think it was 6 officers and then a lieutenant, a dispatcher, and 2 rovers. Bolster the police more, if possible, with looking into field support staff. Instead of 2 rovers, get them people to do reports and stuff.
So Trustee Wesley, we're talking about the campus supervisors item, so that's why I have to pause you on that because we already closed that other one. But I am very confident Chief is listening to all of this, and no matter how these votes shake out, we're going to be talking more about this item in future meetings based on this feedback, just like this item has been evolving every single time it comes to us. Vice President Nicolette.
Thank you. Trustee Alex, I'm listening and I'm paying attention and I'm trying to figure out how they would compete. I see them as separate and different in their roles. Campus supervisors, they're a different role. I can't tell you how many times I hear when I visit a high school or a middle school how frustrated teachers and principals are by the fact that they have to take their breaks, they have to take their planning time to monitor bathrooms because kiddos are being kiddos. And I think that takes away from the academic integrity of our teachers and our leaders in our schools, and to have campus supervisors who can create those bonds and those relationships with students while teachers are doing their planning and having their lunchtime, because we don't want them giving that up. And being there for students so that students recognize that someone cares about them and they have a watchful eye on them, and they're there and they will hold them responsible if Diane's going to tear off a door in a bathroom. And so I see them as separate and yet equally important. And so that's why I will definitely vote yes. And I do understand the whole budget ramification, because here's where I stand as our superintendent. I want to go big. And then if we have to backtrack, then we backtrack and we have another discussion.
All right, very good. And just as a reminder to everyone, regardless of how this vote turns out, doesn't mean that other ideas are not going to come forward in June, okay? So on that note, is there anything? Trustee Westlake, we really got to start getting to a vote. We're not just kind of talking about thoughts. We really have to start acting, okay? So is this urgent? And does this affect how you're going to vote on this, which is really...
It would.
Okay.
It would.
Okay.
I would be more apt if it was a little bit more open-ended, broader, like we're going to set aside $500,000 for campus supervisor positions, but not have it set middle schools, not have it set high schools. It's where the need.
That is the motion. So
Okay.
the motion
What
is that
schools need it most?
there would be, the motion would be that there would be 17 in total for a cost of $646, with the distribution set under the, direction of the superintendent. But again, regardless of where this goes with the vote, we're not saying, some people like me, I will speak for me, I am voting no, and I absolutely hope we will talk more about this later when we actually know how much money we're dealing with. So my vote is a no for now, and I 100% want to continue this conversation, okay? So we have had exhaustive conversation with this. So the motion as it stands right now, made by Trustee Church, seconded by Vice President Nicolette, is to add a total of 17 campus supervisors, for tentative approval for 17 campus supervisors at a cost of $646,000 for a phased implementation. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those opposed, please say nay. Nay.
Nay.
All right, motion does not pass 4-3. I am really confident, though, that the chief and our staff have heard this, and we will absolutely be coming back to continue this conversation. All right, I think that closes the police item. And again, we don't have to vote everything up or down. Is there an interest on this board to have a conversation around implementing learning facilitators across the entire district?
Absolutely. And I'll just get right to the point. I have received quite a bit of communication concerning learning facilitators, and they have been all success stories. And so having said that, what I'd like to see happen is, again, I don't want to do a phase-in with this, but I don't want to add learning facilitators right now. What I want to do is maintain what we have. And I would also add, at the discretion of the principal and leadership, executive leadership, I don't want to create more funding for this. At the same time, what I want to have happen is I would like to have a deep dive into the efficacy and efficiencies of our learning facilitators so that we can see, is it worth the money? The people are worth the money, but are we really getting what we need for our students in our schools?
Very good. So what I'm hearing with that is that this would be a conversation that we continue into the future as we explore the role of building learning facilitators in future budgets and plans, okay? Which we don't need a motion for because this is part of the workshop and the staff hearing us. Okay.
Other than maybe to have some data brought to us that can help guide our thinking on the efficacy of our learning facilitators.
And are you thinking of that, this is for the future, not in time for the June 13th meeting?
No, this is in time for June 13th, because what I would like to see happen is the learning facilitators that are being effective and bringing what we need to our students in our schools can continue their work. That's what I'd like to see.
the superintendent is looking into that, but what we can do here, since we don't have to vote everything up or down, is we can continue this conversation, and just like we are with the chief, see what additional information that we have based on that analysis.
Thank you.
Okay. And then that brings us to going back to 1, we're bouncing around with the walk zones. So I also brought this one up. I'm incredibly passionate about this one, and I mean incredibly passionate about it for all the reasons that I have already explained. So here's an example, Vice President Nicolette. As you can see on slide 11, this is additional information that was brought to us about the impact on walk zones and the fact that our chronically absent students, it's a 20 to 25% reduction, which is huge. With that said, even as the person who brought this, I don't feel that I can vote on this quite right now. This also for me falls into something that I feel like I need to see the full picture of the money before. I could definitely be swayed if my other colleagues are interested on this, but I do want to demonstrate reasonableness with if this is something that my colleagues are interested in now or would rather wait until we have an idea of the money that we're working with. And just as a reminder, the only reason why the walk zones increased was due to budget. And a board many a moon ago promised the community that this is something we would reconsider because 5-year-olds walking in the dark is far too long. And we are seeing that there is an approximate benefit of 20 to 25% reduction for our economically disadvantaged students. So what I'm going to say to this body right now is that I'm very interested in your thoughts, but I also completely understand that this is something we may want to come back with in June and not necessarily decide right now because we also can't spend money we're not 100% sure about. So I want to offer that as reasonableness. Trustee Church.
Okay. Again, I really am confused. We vote for more cops, but we aren't going to vote for more walk zones because we don't know where the money's coming from.
No. We can absolutely vote on that right now. What I'm going to clarify what I said. I very much want this. I also understand that we as a body may feel comfortable waiting until we have a better idea of the money that we have. We can absolutely make a motion on this. So what it is that I'm signaling as the person who brought this analysis is that I want to hear from my colleagues, and I am also very comfortable if a decision like this was made in our June meetings as opposed to today. So that's what I'm signaling as the person who actually made this analysis.
Okay. I guess what I'll signal with or without a motion is I think we made some promises to our constituents that once we got through that crisis that we had before, that we would be taking action. I don't think we can afford new bus drivers based on simple math of how many miles, as opposed to allowing staff some funding to allow staff, because you can't compare Flatland to Incline Village to HERS, which is high elevation. You can't compare them with no sidewalks, crosswalks, et cetera. But I do think we need more bus drivers for those areas that need it based on the complete picture.
All right. Trustee Woodley.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is something a little emotional for me because of the fact that I was one of those economically disadvantaged children. I've talked to teachers and I've talked to parents that it does impact their ability to send their 5-year-old to walk in the dark, and they don't go to school. I've met kids in our school system with principals because they have this one-on-one dialogue and relationship where they look at me and during my school visits and tell me, this kid is a great kid, but the stuff that he's dealing with at home is so difficult, and when he's not able to make it here, we lose him. 2 days, 3 days, and I just think, especially looking at this 20-25% reduction, that's significant. That can make a difference. Anyway.
No, thank you. And that's exactly why I brought this, Trustee Woodley. I hear those stories too, and I am just as passionate about it. Clerk Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. And I would support exploring this more. And as a parent, you know, I had that unique situation. Like my daughter got a bus, but my son in middle school didn't. And obviously, same area. And then, you know, again, going to like I guess all rural areas where there is no sidewalks. So I would definitely like to explore this. And we did make a promise to our constituency that we would revisit this when you know, we had the funding, and we possibly may.
So out of curiosity, are you interested on this now, or were you more interested in bringing this back in June?
I would like to. I would continue to discuss this and view this now.
All right. Trustee Westlake.
I agree with Trustee Rodriguez. We do have some wiggle room. Mr. Mather said we had that wiggle room if we went down to 8%. I think this is so important. It's safety, academics. There is the equity aspect in this. I think we need to keep it on the forefront. I mean, I've honestly seen this board vote on toilet paper dispensers that were half the amount that we're dealing with our littles right now, with our children, and getting them safely to school. So I'd like to make a motion. I might need some help phrasing it. Oh, who made a motion?
We have a couple more lights.
Oh, okay,
we
sorry.
have a couple more lights. Vice President Nicolette.
Without doubt, reducing absenteeism, if we have to do it through transportation, I think is a very important issue. I also consider the difference in the land, the hills, the no sidewalks, so I think it is going to take a little bit of a deeper dive. We did make a promise, and we do need to continue to discuss that. I will say, kind of as a sidebar here, I am not comfortable with the 8% fund balance. I'm more in the 10 to 12%. That is a much more comfortable place for us to be, because if something catastrophic happens, I don't even want to name it. You decide what that is. We have to be in a much safer position. But yes, we have to look at walk zones.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I probably have a little different take on the walk zones, and I appreciate you bringing it forward. I really do. I was frankly a little surprised how expensive it is just to reduce a quarter mile, to be honest with you. With 13 additional bus driver positions, which I think are going to could be very difficult to attain. So I wouldn't support it right now. I certainly don't object to further analysis, but it just doesn't look like it's the best bang for a buck. But when you talk about 5-year-olds walking in the dark, that does tug at my heartstrings.
So I appreciate this conversation, because I don't know what the word is. I was the proposer of this analysis. And true story, the very first thing I put for a future agenda, the very first thing as a newly stamped trustee, was walk zones. For the sake, you're going to make me cry too, for the exact same reasons. And also because I have watched little kids walk to school in the morning by themselves. And that touches my mom heart in a way that I cannot express. Now, I did mean when I said that we could have had this conversation in the future, and I offered that because I also brought forth the standalone principles. I'm feeling a bit of a consensus, and I am not going to miss the opportunity when it presents itself to me. So since I was the proposer of the analysis, I will take the privilege of making the motion, if I may. So I move to tentatively approve the reduction of the walk zones by 1/4 mile for the elementary school and the middle school, which returns to previous service levels with a phased implementation.
I second the motion.
All right, so the first by President Smith, seconded by Trustee Westlake. Trustee Church, I see your light on.
Yeah, first of all, I totally agree with Dr. Nicolette. This is not really not where we have to get down to 8%. I'm a 10 to 12% person, final answer. And this is not what I proposed earlier, because I said it's subject to crosswalks, up and down in the snow both ways, like I did in San Diego, et cetera. This is more carte blanche. I can probably go for it, but it's not really what I was envisioning.
And you're right. So we do have to set a clear boundary, because what's going to happen, and I'm going to speak for you, Mr. Lee, out there, he's going to start getting emails that says, well, there's a 8% incline on our street. There's a 13. A lot of people are going to ask for that judgment call. Now, where the phased implementation comes in, like with everything else, we're not going to make 13 bus drivers appear. What we will do in this motion is allow a period of time where we build toward it and add those lines. And even though it says likely the earliest implementation would be January 2024, we're not holding staff to that. So this, this can be continued into the future until we can actually reach these service levels, but we will be servicing the students that live in areas. So that's really where we would start. All right, any other conversation about this motion? Trustee Westlake.
I just made the comment that we have the wiggle room. We know we're going to get some money. We know we're going to get some money. They have to. There's too big of an outcry right now. What that amount is, we might even be able to take our rainy day crisis account up to 15%, which we probably should just to be safe. But I just said that to give people comfort. I can see it's giving everybody discomfort. So just forget what I said about the 8%.
Did she say something?
Very well done. Vice President Nicolette.
This would be difficult to do. Phase in with this particular situation. I would need more information as far as what the variables would be to phase in, like that school over there, we're not going to phase you guys in, but we're going to phase you guys in over here because you don't have sidewalks. So I would need concrete, definitive information if I were going to vote on a phase in.
So with regards to phasing it in, it cannot be done that we would roll in one school here, one school there. The way this analysis was done to see what the costs and drivers associated with it were to unpair everything that we have and then retangle everything. So what it does is it adds 74 bus runs, and those cannot just be added to what we have existing. We have to undo everything and then redo it. So that's why it was suggested also not only the time to hire and train the drivers, but to do it over a break as well, because we're going to be rebuilding everything essentially, and more than likely having to go out to bid again with our drivers because their routes won't look the same as they started.
Mr. Lee, and although, so that absolutely makes sense, and thank you for clarifying that for the record. The board and the district does have a history, though, of doing needs-based analysis with transportation, because we did the same thing when we had the bus rotation program. In certain areas were provided buses. So I know that we've already demonstrated applicable discretion in how we go about building these new routes. And also, please know that we didn't set an assigned time for this to be. If this ends up being that we can't implement it in time for this school year or even at any point, then it could also be the future. And that's also fine within the phased implementation point. Thank you. All right. Okay. So all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay.
Nay, sorry.
Don't be sorry. All right, motion carries 5-2. All right, we've now covered all of these items, and now I'm looking for a motion as you see it here on your paper, which is to provide an overall blanket approval unless there's additional conversation about the other items. No, you're fine. So I would entertain a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the final budget for fiscal year 2023-2024.
I have a second.
Motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Clerk Rodriguez. He just edged you out. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, no lights. All right, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All right, motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. All right, that closes out item 2.02, and that brings us to section 3, our closing public comment. Thank you very much, Mr. Mathers and Mr. Bazzo. Excellent, excellent work.
Nichelle Hull.
Hi, Ms. Hull.
Thank you. So this will be really brief. I'm just going to read a flyer that is out in the community. It says Alternative Schools for Washoe County 4-hour conference. So this would be an open invite for folks that feel like they need a different situation other than the Washoe County schools. The conference is on June 8th from 8 to noon. They can go to Wake Up Washoe County, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter to get the details on this. There'll be a couple of speakers. John Eppolito, who's a standard bearer over here at these meetings, is one of the speakers. But yeah, so this is just for people who are interested in a very small type of school that is going to be safer and is going to have an academic focus. It will not have a focus on SEL, CRT, gender curriculum. Absolutely not. So if that's something that folks are interested in, I would encourage them to RSVP at 775-439-9892, 775-439-9892. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cliff Nellis.
Hi, Mr. Nellis. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun just watching what's going on here, guys. I would like to make some comments, general comments. Where did education come from in the West? We were under a religious bureaucracy that was tied in with the political system called Roman Catholicism. And you know, when they preached in the churches, they spoke in Latin. People didn't even know what they were talking about. And then came along the Gutenberg Bible, and you know, the institutions, the bureaucracy did not want that. It wanted to keep people in ignorance. And so the Protestant Reformation said, hey, we got the Bible now. Well, the problem is people can't read. People were ignorant. They could not read back in those days. And so they started schools. So that's where the Western schools came from. And like Harvard and all these big institutions, these were all started by Christians, preachers, and things like that, because they wanted people to be able to read and write, basic things, read, write, and arithmetic, 3 R's, I guess. But you know, the founders of education understood there had to be a moral teaching. There had to be a moral foundation. You had to have a moral society. And we have expunged that, you know, from our education system. And I'm going to bring up a suggestion here. And I know that, you know, I just want to dialogue a little bit, because I know that you can't do this. But you may be able to someday. It might be possible. How about if we divide the school district into 2 separate districts? This district here of Washoe County. Now, I know the state constitution says there has to be 1 district per county. I mean, we could change the constitution, or we could make it a sub-district. And I'll volunteer my time. I won't even charge you guys anything. I'll be like the head guy that organizes this. Just give me 1 high school, 1 middle school, and 2 elementary schools. And we won't get any federal funding, because we won't get those guys telling us what to do. It will actually be a public education. The public will be involved in this. And because, see, we have a divide in our society. We have there's 3 primary religions. There's atheism, which is religion. There's paganism, and then there's the Bible religions, Judaism and Christianity, based on the moral laws of Moses. And so or what is our society composed of? We have a system that's funded by taxpayer money, and we really need a system that represents it. We have an atheistic system here, you guys, and that's why it's fallen apart. And yet you're trying to patch it together, but it's just not going to work. That's my opinion. But until you start laying moral foundations, and you actually, as I mentioned before, you have actual real penalties for violations. And
thank you very much, Mr. Nellis.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Okay,
Thank
sure.
you.
The board received an email from Pablo Nava-Duran.
Thank you very much. All right, that closes item 3. And this was an incredibly effective work session. So now item 3.02, I will adjourn this meeting at 1:30 on the dot. Thank you all very much.